Hello?
I walk the path where shadows creep, lost in echoes tangled deep.
Are you having a hard day too?
A whisper
Yes.
calls, the weight unseen,
We all
fighting
are.
through the ghosts in me.
Oh,
Yes, do you?
well,
Every
There you
step
are.
a
I had a
battle
I
rages,
had
old
a
chains rattle,
hard
ancient
start this
cages. But I know there's light ahead. Through the
morning.
dark I rise
Let me turn this
instead.
down a little bit. I had a hard start this morning. I
Yeah.
was yeah, I was being attacked um
Oh.
and like what they told me was I believe that's happening to all of us. Like every single one of us because you know, the ones that we shall not name with the
But
lower
there's
energies don't want us to succeed.
or there's some darkness coming up already because it's the funeral of the Pope. Um I felt sad the past 2 days, like very strangely sad. And then there's this woman, she's a German YouTuber. She's more into, well, she believes in Jesus, but not necessarily in church. But she has some very interesting observation. And today she's having an emergency life thing going on her channel. Today must be a very specially negative day for some weird reason. So I'm like, you're not the only one. This is a global thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know yeah, I'm not the only one in the house that is receiving this. Like
Oh. Oh, okay.
everybody in the house
It's the
got
entire
attacked
family.
today. And Betty in Texas, she's like, I don't know if I can come today. I'm exhausted. And I'm like, you're being attacked, girl. You know?
We all are. Like, it is weird today. It's the past 2 3 days. It's been weird. I'm not sure if, there's a lot of forecasts going on, and I don't even read them anymore, but it's somehow just going to Facebook and you just see one of them. So there's
Mm-hmm.
supposedly April is that transformational month. Um,
Well, it's
yeah.
crazy because it's right after Easter. And last year, right after Easter, I seemed to get a lot of attacks last year at the same time for like a
Yeah.
week. It took me right off my path, everything.
It's interesting. I have this friend. I told you. I think I did recognition, some quantum healing hypnosis session like before Christmas. So he's from New Jersey. He's currently in Thailand, and he had posted something that he had session, and there were some demons coming out, or some possession, like some woman, she was possessed by something coming out of her, and he has had more occurrence of that whatever it
But
is, more recently, like a lot more. And I believe it is purging, because think about, again, the Pope supposedly died. I think he had died before. I just that's not possible just right after Easter. I mean, something is weird about that story. And then at the same time, world
I get
economic
yes.
World Economic Forum, this devil, that devil, that the main devil from those people had resigned at the same day. And I don't know. It's probably when energy is rising up, you see those dark creatures better because there's more light, and then they probably try to fight for their so-called life. Like it sounds weird, but for their existence maybe. And that's
Yeah.
why they attack the light, because they don't want this existence to end or something like that. They just sort of starve. I think the more light there is, the less so-called food they get, and then they starve. Or maybe they have some
It's
survival
very true. That
survival
is very
techniques or
true.
some. Yeah, that's kind of like what I imagine it to be. Yeah.
It's very true because I can tell you, I've done healing sessions, and like when we're cutting timelines, where I've seen actual demons chewing on the energy
Yeah,
timeline.
yeah. It is very, very, very weird. Yes. I've seen that on ayahuasca. Did I tell you the story, right? Like we had this very small group, and all of us had the cup. And usually, when you have one cup, like a small person like me, it would just be on a trip. But then there's this Chinese girl, and she somehow how was possessed by something crazy, like something really strong. So it needed like three men to hold her down. So her eyes were rolling, her tongue was out. But the interesting part of it was the rest of the group, we all were immediately out of our own trip. We were alert, awake, and we started chanting for her. Like we were out. We were not in it anymore. Like it's kind of
Mhm.
like the collective helps that what is where it needed to help, it's kind of like, so I've seen that for several hours going on. It was exhausting. It's kind of that was exhausting witnessing it. And after that, she didn't remember a moment of it at all. She was completely
No,
gone.
because it wasn't her, because she was in the back seat being tied up.
Yeah, I think it was had something to do with the Chinese heritage or some yeah, something like that. Now I'm in an
Yeah.
Airbnb and it's extremely noisy.
Is it? I can't hear a thing.
But that's good. There's children crying like crazy. So I think I'm gonna get the kind. I have this friend in the UK. He says he should come over. He has some bioresonance technique that he's got, like he's trying out. And I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't want to stay here because I just
Yeah.
keep moving around, and it's just, it's exhausting. There's one
Yeah.
dog. The other one is somewhere else. So I might do that and see what that is all about, because the UK is actually pretty extreme. They're very open to all sorts of healing methods. I mean, they're
Uh-huh.
quite extreme. They have a college for mediumship. You know that?
They
It's like,
do?
oh, when you are a medium or you want to become a medium. Yeah, Yana. So there's a few German mediums that talk about their clairvoyant experiences, whatever kind of thing. So they got a certification from a college in the UK where you can actually stay for 4 years and learn everything about mediumship. I don't know. What do I?
They need that over here in America.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. In the states, you have. I mean, with all the indigenous cultures, you have another access to it. It has another root. You
Hmm.
know, I think. I mean, it literally say it's probably similar, because if you listen to all those Hopi prophecies, I mean that's kind of futuristic forecasts. It's kind of similar, but I think, and then when you goes down south, like the Mexican indigenous people, they literally live with the spirits, like this, they
Yeah.
even, and I think that's more in the culture within the culture. I think in the UK, it's just people are just extremely open to all sorts of um in terms of energy healing, what kind of stuff. I mean, they have that Stonehenge stuff, but it's have more than the mainland Europe, I would say. Well,
Yeah.
except Spain has a lot of herbalists. Spain and Portugal, like herbalists, like there's a whole entire psychiatristic hospital. They use ayahuasca, they use all sorts of Amazonian plants for their people who have a mental illness diagnosis, which that does not exist in Switzerland. But in Madrid, they have, so they are more open to herbal stuff. But I'm not familiar if they have energy workers, or you know cleansings and yeah, that kind of rooted things. Hey. Yeah, it's a weird
Did you
day.
get the email from the Zoom link from Zoom?
Yeah, right now, like 5 minutes ago. And then I stepped and then I clicked on it and it's actually on the Zoom link it says 30th of April.
Know why?
And then I still clicked on it and there you were. So I was like, maybe it's still on. It's just I don't know, maybe people thought it's 30th of April.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because that's what I don't understand that because it says today when I it's weird. I was like, what is going on with my Zoom?
Yeah, today I'm on the phone. The computer is because it's so cold. I'm here under the blanket. It's raining outside. It's cold. And this is
And
a
it
cloud.
shows it shows that me and you are on the Zoom.
Yeah, there's three. Isn't there another one? Betty is not there.
Not yet. No.
So what happened? You said it was an intense medicine wheel last time. Was it last Wednesday?
Yeah. Oh my
What
God.
happened?
Yeah. Jay came on and brought politics with her.
Which
Uh,
one?
Jay,
Jade
the one from
from
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
she
She had something she was carrying with her last week. And, I haven't even got the video downloaded yet. Because I was going back and forth of it. And, I'm like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get this.
I think we all sort of are emerging into a pop, but some of us or all of us, but different, have still some sort of patterns that we are carrying within us. Like I could tell that Jade was kind of political because the first time when I met her, she was talking about emancipation and that's time for women to come up and stuff. You know what I mean? So she
Mm-hmm.
has her belief system, maybe the way she grew up or how she was raised, that she is now into the in a feminist kind of thing, or how do you say it, at that lane. And every single one of us has sort of still those, how do you say that, it's kind of like clutter. But I think if you're in the medicine wheel and you neutralize your energy and then you end up being just pure energy, pure love without any belief system, that's how I imagine to be. And it probably takes a while to practice, to come in without yeah, well, without the outside world in a way, because you also said it's kind of like a bubble. When you go in, it has no time, like
Yeah.
it's timeless. And actually, when we were to enter it and leave the outside world outside, and then work from inside out. Oh, there's
There
somebody.
she is. No, it's true. Keep talking about what you're talking about.
Now
Betty was having such an issue.
Oh my God. Hello. I'm
Hi.
still pretty wrung out, but I'm getting there. Let's see. Come on, open up.
We was talking me and Leela was talking about the energies and what's happening. And we was talking about last week and the politics and belief system. So go finish, Leela.
No, I was just saying that I think every single one of us, as we are melting into a group, that brings in like where we come from. You know how we were shaped and all those belief systems. Like me, maybe I'm in my own sort of family victimhood kind of thing, and then I think I met Jay like, what was it, 3 weeks ago. Um,
Yeah.
and I could just tell that she was into, yeah, now it's time for women to rise, and like a feminist wave, like a feminist movement, you know. And
Uh-huh.
nothing against women or feminist movements, but what I understand, or what I in my imagination, Ayana, yeah, she's a girl too. Like that it's more of a neutral energy. Like you would tell me that the masculine is like a bubble, and when you enter, it's kind of timeless, and you know there's sort of almost like a hole in everything that's happening. Just sort of take a break of life and go in there and then heal without bringing the outside world in, but from inside, like healing to the outside. It's kind of weird to explain. I just see it in my mind with how should I say those? You know those there's those lamps that had sort of almost like lightning inside, you know, and then
Mm-hmm.
from inside the core that you beam out. But you don't want to beam out your ideas of how the world should be, or or your own pain, or your own misery, or your own stories. No, it's kind of like neutralizing it and then being it, and it's just I always have the idea when you rise energy, as we had talked before, why so many demons come up and that kind of stuff. Is because I think when you do rise your energies, that it's kind of a purge. They cannot rise with us. They cannot come along with us. That's why we see them, because then there's more light. And that isn't that also how you can clean things. You just raise your energy, just raise your frequency, and just spread that. I mean,
Yep.
you would do with the body. You would boost your immune system too, to kill germs or to kill any kind of bug. Isn't that similar for the soul?
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is. Yes.
so that's how I had the idea of a medicine wheel. But if I'm not sure if I'm wrong or right. But as I had the vision of it and saw women chanting and just be purely in love and try to get it stronger and more and louder in a way, loud love. And then this man was in the middle, and something came out of him. He was crying and sweating, and that's what it healed without specifically going to the demon or to whatever had possessed him. Just if everything in the circle is sort of is rising their energy and is chanting, and it's just
Well,
that is a purification to whatever is inside that circle.
yeah,
That's
exactly. And
that's how I
we
saw
must
it.
we must be doing something right, because boy, it's it's been since last week. It's been on like Donkey Kong.
Oh yeah, yeah. One thing after another. Whew, thousands of it.
Yeah, but this is here too. But again, before Betty came in, but isn't that a sort of, there is no coincidences, isn't it? And then the Pope apparently had died. I believe he was dead before they just announced it. And then the World Economic Forum sort of boss resigned, and that's a pure devilish kind of personality. So it's kind of like something happens that they lose their power, whatever I don't know what to
True.
say. Darkness was inside of them loses its power, and then eventually we will forget that they even were here. We're just I think that one day comes up and we forgot that they even existed.
Hmm.
And I that's how I
It's
how I
very
know.
true.
And that's isn't that kind of normal that it's a purging of that kind of stuff, and there will be more. There will be more. I bet
Oh
there will be
yeah,
a lot more until at least until till the end of June, I would say.
yeah. It's going to be a nice ride. Because people have to rise up. Like, I just got a guy that ordered my medicine bags, for they're usually made for Sweat Lodge, and
Mm-hmm.
I offered him on my Etsy shop.
Oh,
And
okay.
his preference is cleanse the soul. Well, that's a big tall order, and I had not been like, I seen the order, and I went back to the order like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, I don't have everything. I gotta get everything to do it. And then today I'm like, why am I avoiding this order? It's because what is going on? They don't want me to move forward to help somebody else.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the thing
Oh,
is
wow.
that you have to keep moving through that.
Yeah.
So when
I'm
you
not going to let them win. Mm-mm. They don't want us to move out of our own little victim modes either when those kick in. They want to accentuate that to keep us disempowered.
Oh, they did after, oh my God. Sunday dinner. Sunday dinner was a huge one. Uh
oh
I had I had beautiful people here, and I had negative people here.
mhm.
And they was
That sounds like
over
family.
they,
Mix.
yeah, and so they was talking over the father came first. Chris's father came first, and he's sitting there talking over the food negatively. And I said, Gary, knock it the hell off now. He's like,
Please.
what am I doing wrong? I said, you're poisoning the food, stop it. And he goes, well, I'm just talking. I said, no, you're not. You're poisoning the food.
Because of the
And
content and the energy.
it's, yeah. So the whole dinner, they inspired a song. And I'm gonna go in here because I was sharing. Let's see if I can.
I can hear you. I've got to run grab something. I'll be right back.
Okay, let's go in here and do the pictures and see if I can find my picture that I made for this, because it was crazy. Like, it was crazy what they was doing. Stop sharing. And I'm like, why? So I kind of went off on the family at one point in time, and I said, you guys don't understand your power. You have no idea what your power is all about. You have no clue. None. You know, you don't get it. Like, you have no clue what you're doing wrong. And so they looked at me like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it is hard. It's like, as I said before, that friend in the UK, then he's also very, very sensitive, and he has also isolated himself quite a bit. But it's not that easy to be like the only sensitive in a group. Like, maybe in your
Yeah.
family, that I mean, your son is also extremely sensitive, but if you're like very alone in this, and then you can see the energies, you can see what the people bring in, what kind of entities they bring in, and then you feel like, oh my god, and I'm the only one who has to do the cleansing work here. Like, is this not my job? So it's kind of like hard. How
It
you
can
want
be.
to teach them, or like, you cannot even teach them, because if they were to believe you without even perceiving it themselves, I mean, do you know what I mean? It's kind of,
It makes
how
it
would I
hard.
say? It is hard. It's really hard. It's kind of like,
Oh,
how
beautiful.
about like making sort of, those dream catchers? This is also an indigenous kind of thing. If you set
Love
like a
that.
filter on the doors, like before the people enter the house, they sort of get the cleansing by going through the frame, kind of
Yeah.
like that. Like going through the
I
door.
did.
Yeah, right. And then once they're in the house, they're clean, and when they leave, they can do whatever they want. Like, it's kind of like that. That should be a method. Like,
It should be a message. And so here's the image that I created
oh wow.
Beautiful.
out of their stuff. And so I uploaded it on YouTube, and then I sent it to them. And
Mhm.
we me and Chris had stood behind the two that are really negative. And one says, well, I'm 97 years old, you can't change it. I said, it doesn't mean you have to poison everything that
You're around.
you're around.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so I created, because for people to understand, because they don't get it. They don't get what they're speaking is
Is
doing this, and what positive with the golden light and the blessings and the love. It's not that they have to bless their food, it's just blessing themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. I was raised Catholic, but I left a long time ago. But I remember growing up that we always had a prayer we used to say before eating.
Yeah,
And
I pray all the time before I eat.
right?
Sometimes by myself I don't pray, but like
it
we've
changes the
gotten
food.
it
Yeah,
does
the
change
food
the
and the
food.
people.
Yeah, and like I have the new tuning forks, right? So I have the new tuning forks, and Chris asked me one day, he goes, would you do me a favor? And the first day I got him, he goes, would you, do the tuning forks over my food? And I was like, yeah. And so he had blueberries in his bowl, like fresh frozen blueberries. And I put the tuning fork over the top of it and started hitting it into, and all I seen was people running out of the berries.
Oh, wow.
That's that's
You know
trippy.
how hard it is for me to eat those blueberries now?
Yeah.
I
Well,
just, I like thousands and thousands of people running out of the blueberries. And I'm like, what does this mean? Because like I could see him just climbing up over his bowl and getting out and running, just running.
Like they're
And
they absorb the energy of the people involved in their growing and processing and all that.
yeah, thousands of people. And probably the people around them.
That's a strong lesson, Esther. Spirit been working with me like last week, letting me know because, I get a lot of invites to medical summits because I'm a healer and, so listen to our free summit. Of course, they always want you to buy their program or their product or whatever, but it's a lot of darn great cutting edge information. And I learned that glyphosate, the Roundup stuff, is so pervasive now they can't even get rats or control groups that are not already contaminated with it because it's in
mhm,
all the feed for all the
mhm,
animals.
yeah.
And now you can't wash it off the food anymore. You can get the residuals, sure, but it has soaked in and changed the DNA of the actual
Yeah.
food.
Yeah.
And all Spirit could tell me was, yeah, that's true. And you need to bless everything you put in your mouth.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That is true. There is this one.
Now, go ahead, Leela.
No,
I'll wait for one.
this is just a tool that I've come across about 3 years ago. It's called quantum tech Lila, actually Lila, but with Leela in the end.
Okay.
Lila quantum technology, and these are tools, but they're not that cheap. So they're sort of cubes, and you can put like a ball in that tube for like a minute or 30 seconds, it depends, and then it should be changing, it should change the frequency of it and cleans everything. And there's people that have made
Right.
a lot of tests with it, like there's even scientists that make tests with your, they had blood samples from the people what happens with them if they drink the water from like that had been on in that cube, and then and normal water, what's the difference? And they had found a lot of progress, especially from those that had clumps in their blood due to the vaccination, so that
Mhm.
helped to release those clumps and get the blood flow and stuff like that. I just remember that, but they're kind of expensive, so it's not, there should also be a method that everybody can use, like
There is,
maybe
honey. I know one.
a copper cup or something like that.
You don't have to do that. All you have to do, at least this was shown to me years ago. You can prove it to yourself. Take some kind of fruit or food that has pesticides and, chemicals on it, and have someone else test you if you want. Put your arm out, hold it to your solar plexus, and have them, do the question. This food is healthy for me to consume. You won't be able to hold your arm up. It's going to go weak. Take that very same piece of food and bless it. You don't have to get all flowery and long-winded. I bless this food. Repeat it 3 times. Your arm will go strong the next time it's tested. It changes the food. All the frequencies of the food will upshift.
If
See,
that
let's do it right
that
now.
if that's that
Is this
if
food safe for me to eat?
You can use a pendulum also.
Yeah, use your pendulum. Well,
Just be sure you're neutral. I am neutral. I'm a neutral.
I am neutral. Okay, where's your pendulum, Betty?
I've got mine right here. I did anyway.
I'm
Here.
gonna stay setting because I might fall backwards.
Okay.
oh,
Okay,
Pendulum react to her words.
is this food for me? Is this food safe for me to eat? No.
That's my negative.
Okay. I bless this food. I bless this food. I bless the food that I stuck in my mouth and ate already. I bless this food. I bless this food in my mouth that I ate already. I bless the food that I ate already. Okay.
In the jar.
Is this food healthy for me to eat? I just got a little fall that time.
I got mine switched to the positive. So
Okay. Yeah,
something
I just
happened.
got just a hair. So that shows you how, and this is, it's probably the plastic.
Processed.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's see. I'm gonna
It's
show
grains
you
too, so
something.
it has
Can I eat
glyphosate.
the plastic?
If you want to
No.
be healthy.
but
Did
may
you all
I ask?
hear? They just
Go ahead.
today they
May,
announced that they're taking the petroleum-based food dyes out of our food. Finally, thank God.
yes.
Yay.
So in the meantime, though, bless everything.
Yeah, that's what I was. I just have a question, Betty. If you can bless food and that changes that rapidly, so you could actually can you bless like phone calls? Can you bless like when you have to talk to somebody that actually it will go smooth? Like neutralize the energy because you might have resistance or you might feel a little afraid of it.
You
Can
can
you actually do that
absolutely affect it in a positive way.
so you
Yeah,
can
you
bless
can.
it?
We put healing rings like on certain phone calls. We're like, oh God, it's that person. Healing rings level 8 now.
Okay.
And you can ask Spirit for frequency facilitation. Frequency facilitation is when I ask Spirit to come in through my portals, my chakras, whatever they exude through me in, and to cart off the negative energies as they occur, keep them from building up in the room. They can absolutely transmute low energies for you.
Oh.
And that
Something
keeps the air
practical.
clear to where the communication is much clearer and less charged with anything negative. But people have free will, so we can't override it, but we can affect the space between us very
Yeah.
much.
So you could actually every time you go into a bus, you could bless the bus and everyone is in it. Every
It's just
time you go
remembering to
into
do
a
it.
country,
Oh, trust me, you can.
yeah.
And you
Mhm.
will see the demon look straight at you
If you can see like she can.
and
Oh my
look
god.
at you like, I'm gonna kill you, bitch. And I'll be like, I'm not scared
Up.
of you. I'm not scared of you. I see you. And that's what you have to do. I have been on many buses I have blessed everybody in Denver, Colorado. My God, big demon state. Okay. Serious. I love Colorado. I ain't got nothing against Colorado.
But when there's
It's
the places that
wonderful.
have a big population are polluted.
Very polluted. So I'm on the bus and I actually tried something. I had mentally showed everybody I had shoes on, but I didn't have shoes on. So I got on the bus and I know they're all of my guides are like so I get on the bus and I'm standing there and I'm blessing people as I'm walking by them. And one guy got up, went to me and like
Oh,
this evil look at, and I said, I see you. I'm not scared of you. And I bless you. I bless you. I put love around you and surround you. And bam, he was like, let me
Out of there.
go.
Yeah, the fear is what gives them authority over us. If we're not scared over them, scared of them, their powers are way limited.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I
I'm
went
sure
to
there are some wicked ones that can, that have more power than others, but for the most part, she's right.
yeah,
I
and
think we had
go
we
ahead.
had talked we had talked about 3 weeks ago, and it kind of sounds to me like um if you were to send it away, like just go away, then it might will come back. But if you actually bless it and even send love, it eliminates itself
It
because
runs.
it cannot handle the light,
It
right?
runs.
It's
Trust
can
me,
it's can
I do it all the time. Like,
Oh,
Have
that's
to,
funny.
yeah.
So
all the
I've been
time.
sending them away all the time. That's probably why they kept coming back. Like, oh, okay, don't send them away. Just give them love,
Bless
and
them.
they go, okay.
Yeah, because love is your
Yeah.
most powerful, it's your most powerful thing you got is love. That
It
it's
neutralizes low
you
energy.
can't get any more powerful than love because love is the highest vibration. And if you hit true divine love, they do like I can hear them in my head going, I don't like that.
It
Because even
hurts.
this morning I'm like, whoever the hell's in me, you gotta get out. Like you're not welcome in my aura, you're not welcomed around me. And then I just, like light up my light and then sent the love. And then like I got out of the shower and sitting there doing my stuff for I was trying to create a song for today.
Oh,
But the thing was what happened was they bring Chris in because the neighbor came and his wife carries whatever they're carrying, right? And she came through him to attack me.
oh.
And I was like, bitch, get out.
See, that's what I mean. I always tried that as well. I was like, and then I burned some sage, and I think you can sage the entire room and just tell everyone to leave. But then again, that might just let them coming back. And if you just kind of like,
Or yeah, or they'll go somewhere else to somebody else. Yeah, that's what was it? Somebody came through last night and Chris is like, what do I do with it? I'm like, don't send it back to them because they'll just Devontae. I'm like, don't send it back
oh,
to her at 4 a.m. this morning. And he goes,
oh,
well, what do I do with it? I'm like, heal it, heal it. Because if you send it back and then like right before my shower, I couldn't even hardly get up out of bed because
wow.
I closed portals. They kept opening portals on me. I kept closing them. And no matter what I was doing, it wasn't changing anything. Well, come to find out, Devontae's hanging out next to me. And I woke up at like 3 a.m. this morning with, or maybe 2:55, somewhere in there, with this humongous headache. And
Mm.
I'm like, Chris, there's something with you, because when he touched me, it even got worse, right? And so and I cleared myself. Then he touched me again, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I just
Then you knew you're contaminated.
he's like, why? I just woke up. I'm like, get rid of whatever help it.
Whatever's there.
Whatever's
You,
there, help it.
you remember Aquila, who was working with Rich before?
Yeah.
I've not heard from her in a very long time, but I remember that for her, the game, she told me once, the game has changed the moment she started talking to them and asking them what they need. Before, she would just send them away or
Vanished.
eliminate from the people, like doing those cleansing. And then at some point, she was so sick of it because the same people came back. She would start talking to these entities and
That's a good
asking them,
idea.
what do you actually need? Can I help you? and then
That's
she
yeah.
realized they also have needs and wants, and
And
then she
karma
tried
and
to
all
help
kinds
them.
of stuff.
And then they
Oh
would
yeah.
go voluntarily and not come back. So
Well,
sometimes
yeah, because they don't know how to fix it. I've had aliens from other planets come to me to get help.
yeah,
And I'm
exactly.
like, okay, what do you need? And the first thing my son would do in the beginning, he's like, get my gun and my sword, and I'm ready for a fight. I'm like, no, let's find out what's going on. And some of them, because their planet was overpopulated and they needed help that way, but yeah, like this morning, I was like kind of done with being attacked. I was
Yeah,
like, it can wear on you.
of
Yeah.
course. Do you have a bathtub
A
or do you have a
what?
shower? Do you have a bathtub or a
I
shower?
have a bathtub and a shower.
So
Lucky thing. I only have a
I
shower.
I do a lot of alkaline baths as whenever I can. When there's a bathtub, I take an alkaline bath, sometimes for 2 hours. And what really helped me, especially when I went to alternative medical school, because trust me, in schools like that, there's a lot of dirt. There's a lot of crazy folks coming together. And there were a lot of people and a lot of things. And I would always scrub my body with Himalaya salt, like
Mhm.
the real one, not something normal, like not the salt you can just get, like not that one, the normal white one that dries your skin. But if you use Himalaya salt, I would scrub my whole body, and it really helps me releasing tension. Like I felt like when there's tension, it could be also an entity. When
That's
there's
true.
and when you scrub it with Himalaya salt, I feel it kind of cleanses your aura.
That's how her scrubs have salts because of that
or
reason.
or herbs,
Yeah, here,
yeah.
let me, I just, actually created, hang on, I'll show
Oh,
you.
yeah, herbs. I mean, salt is faster. You don't get all the
Hmm.
good herbs with you, or you don't have sort of a, you
You don't
know,
have to feel like you're having to work
yeah, you don't know
to
where to
help you.
get it. But with Himalaya salt, it's sort of an emergent thing for me. Or there's big rocks, also rocks you can just get in your hand, and it would absorb all the negativity while you're
Oh, great
holding it.
idea.
Or after you had a session with
Mhm.
somebody, or while you have a session with somebody.
So
That's a good idea.
this is
Oh,
what I've created. It has
wow.
Himalayan salt,
Okay.
sea salt, clove, ancient salt. It's got 4 different salts, and then it has clove oil, trimucca, cocoa in this one, cinnamon, sugar, and that's it. So,
Great.
and coconut, I would open it, but the top,
Yeah.
I'll have it everywhere. But I make these, and this is called elevated. This one's called elevated. I gotta get the labels. I gotta call my label lady today and go, can you have the labels ready for these? because what you're talking about, that's what this does. And
Oh, good. So
because
you scrub it?
Blows off the negativity, neutralizes it.
Oh, good.
yeah, it's like a mushroom, like when you put it on, so you take your bath or your shower, you take it and then you scrub this on your whole body, right? And you're like, oh my God, this is nice. And like this morning, because there were so many hitting on me, and I was like, I need to shower, and they're like, you really don't need to shower, you're fine, you're clean. And I'm like, no, I really need to get in the shower.
Yeah.
And so I got in the shower, and I have this new water system that cleanses me now, and it makes me where I don't want to get out of the shower, and because the water feels so nice. Um, and the water is actually done by light codes, so it changes the water and it changes it. So when I take my shower, I put this all over. And this morning, when I just just said okay, and I hit the wall, because it threw me back, because whatever was in me had to leave.
Yeah.
That's how powerful it is. Because all right, me and Betty went through the cocoa one the other day, right, Betty?
Mm-hmm.
So Trimaca is from Peru, and
Yeah.
up in the Andes, and the and then the cocoa is grounding, and it opens the heart chakra, and it
Ceremonial cocoa.
yeah,
Mhm.
bring in that peace and that serenity. And then from that point, it just makes it more intense. And when you put it together with coconut oil, and the coconut oil that I just got, I tested it on vibrational level. Apparently the coconut oil that I had before was vibrating at 200%. The new one, I got up to 675, but Brandon said it's about 400% higher than that. So that makes it about 1165% vibration. It felt like I was taking it straight out of the coconut. So
Wow.
I'm
Yeah.
so this morning it does really work, because I made them yesterday, made my new batches yesterday. And so from that point, I just keep mine, and I use it constantly. Every day that I take a shower, I shower with it. And one of the ladies that uses the motherwort one, she's like, it's my shield for
Yeah.
me to go out in the world
Yeah.
and all the shit.
Do you sell it on Etsy? That one?
No, I'm going to put it on my Etsy shop. I haven't
Okay.
got it on my Etsy shop. I need to,
Oh,
yeah. I sell
yeah.
it.
I'll still send it to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll send it to you.
yeah. Or PayPal or something like, yeah. 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 It's like I sometimes but I when I work, like now I'm kind of okay, but like a few years, like 10 years ago, I was very bad situation, because I was so afraid of all those entities and the cracks in my aura and everything, and it literally would feel as if I have no skin at all. Like it was every little impulse I felt quite intense, as if there was no skin on my body, and I
Bless
was like,
you.
yeah, it was intense. That was in my amnesia time. So, but you were just telling, but when you were just talking about how you use it in a shower, it almost sounded to me or felt to me as if you could sort of put on another layer of skin as protection.
It is.
Do you
It
know what I
is,
mean?
yeah.
It's like you can literally put another layer on it, and it protects like the sensitive part of your body.
Hmm.
Apologize. all properties around you. Because you can't just cleanse your property, you have to cleanse the properties around you. Otherwise, they'll just keep coming. I apologize, I'm in a medicine wheel Zoom.
Mm.
So he's asking to have his property cleansed.
Just have to wait his turn, that's all.
Yeah. Well, he just started his scrub, and he's like, I'm gonna keep using my scrub. Like, I'm like, that's good, because it changes a lot of things. Like, a lot of people, finances have changed. Some people still get attacked, because they're rising up and the energies don't want them to rise up.
Mm.
But people have gotten better relationships. Their health has changed. Trying to think. They feel better themselves, every day, because they're fighting. We've been fighting this war for a long time. And I had to find something to help with,
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, there's so many. There's a lot of protection tools that I've heard over the years. But then again, um, one thing, is that true though? They say that indigenous people, they have long hair because it actually is protection. Because if you have it all open and long, it protects all those chakras going down. The hair is
Or
also
it's
a
an antenna. I don't know about protection, but I would think that helping you hook into your spirituality would provide protection in itself.
Well, I know, like, um, mine, with my hair, I do hold protection in it.
Yeah.
And what was his name? That Goliath, was it Goliath, where they cut his hair and he wasn't as
David and
strong?
Goliath. No, Samson.
Samson.
It was Samson. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so when they cut his hair, um, it changed everything, right? And so the thing is that our hair is our strength, and it can protect us, because when I'm doing the new hair product that I have, that I just created, when I put it on, I can feel whatever's holding on the outside of my hair is leaving, like
That's what I mean. Yeah.
totally leaving. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes I'll get like energies underneath the hair in the back of the neck. It's like, and I think that's just energies that, like, walk over you and do it that way. So,
Oh, my eyes are burning.
I apologize. He's like, when can we do this?
I don't think
He
he really
wants
gets
his-
the big picture that you are on a Zoom.
I know, he wants.
Tell him I am on a Zoom and you will get back to him. You have a right to have other activities.
I want my property cleansed now.
How
Yes,
is Mark? How is Mark doing? Is he doing better?
Yeah, he's doing really good. He actually, because he's known about the scrubs for a long time. After that, that week, he
Mhm.
came, because I was in Loop City. He came and got a scrub,
Good.
and when he picked up, he's like, "Kadana, what are you doing?" What are you doing? He goes, the energy in here. Oh my God. What do you got going on in here?
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, because
I don't.
um he can feel things.
Yeah, that was quite the last medicine wheel. We were like 5 hours on it. That was quite a session, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, we was 5 hours,
5.5 hours.
16 minutes in the last time.
Yeah, it was more than, yeah.
It was more than I'm sorry. I just heard it. There's a lot of different different angles, different dimensions, different times. Everything came sort of together.
Yeah.
And I remember I talked about this tree I used as a portal at some point. But that one I sent you the video with my dogs, that's not that tree. But I found it so funny that we were having a like this walk in the park, and then I saw this hole in this tree, and then we were approaching. It literally is a hole in this tree, and then I was like, okay, trees are portals. It's a thing.
Can be.
Yeah. They
At least for
definitely
me.
are.
Maybe for me, but other people have other things. But I think for me, the trees are portals.
They
Yeah.
can be. Well, if you get two elm trees together, that's a portal to the underworld.
Yeah, well, I think I have some I have some experience with that on like not willingly, but I think I've been down there.
Yeah. Oh, I've been down there several times.
Been down there.
Retrieving uh
Mm.
retrieving things. Yeah. And then one of the clients, we found her, and Brandon, my son Brandon, he's 27 now. He just turned 27. He's
Oh.
like, "What are you doing in hell?" And she goes, "I didn't know I was in hell." She goes, "It's in my dreams." And she goes, "I'm looking for something in my dreams." And he goes, "Yourself, you're looking for yourself, but you left the gates open." Everybody's running out.
Not good.
Not good at all.
Oh, there's a lot of that, whatever you want to call it, here in Switzerland. I mean, this is not that's not a conspiracy. It's kind of like, we have those old stories, like especially in Mexico, they have a lot of those kind of stories. I think it's called myth. And then here we also
Right.
have those old stories, like you might have heard of the Gotthard Tunnel. There's the longest tunnel in Europe. It's in Switzerland, 17 kilometers. I don't know how many miles that is, but you know, if you just Google that shit, you will hear a lot of stories from a few hundred years ago that started telling those stories, what's in it. And then this entire country is there's a lot of bunkers here. Like there's a lot of tunnels like going underneath and everywhere to any other place. So this country is kind of hollow. Probably not the only country. Maybe the whole earth is hollow, but at least this country is. So there is a lot of stuff coming up here. I've seen it in people. It's like if it's just some told you before. This is some you can see it, you can sense it, and some areas are worse than others. And if you manage to be higher up, like on a mountain, it's very pure, it's very clean, it's very high energy. But
It's
then if you
different.
go down, yes, it is. It's like this is a black and white country. If you go very high up on the mountain, everything is super high energy, like very high energy. But then in the valley, down down where we are right now, there's just something going on that's kind of, you might want to avoid it just to be out of trouble. Like that's all I can say. So there's other countries it's not as intense as here, I think.
I
I mean,
hear, I don't
there's
know. I think everybody, because, what was it? This morning, we had dinosaurs, like a pterodactyl rex, pterodactyl came in, and then the T-Rex came because they was looking for help. The the baby had been looking for help because trauma happened to the mother, which transfers to the baby. And Chris is like, healing doesn't just come on one lifetime. I'm like, no, that's why I say in all lifetimes, all avatars, because it's really important, because it doesn't matter what you are, because we're not just human on this earth. We choose to be other things. We choose to be a tree. My youngest son chose to be a tree. And then I kept feeling like it was me, but it wasn't me because Devante was hanging out with me. And I heard, it's me. So it was Devante's past trauma as the mother, and the baby received it.
wow. The baby is then in the end the one who has to work it out, or is it?
Yeah, the baby had to work it out.
Wow.
Yeah. So the
So
baby was like, yay, so we've been trying for so long for somebody to hear us and to understand us. And he goes, it's so happy that we helped it this morning. And I said, well, yeah, because it makes a difference for it, you know, it
is
makes a
it
huge difference.
there's this, I don't know how you say in English, but there's this there's babies that cry all the time, like nonstop. It's almost kind of like an illness. They
Mm-hmm.
well, that you couldn't call it crybaby. I don't know. It's translated from German, but it's really nonstop. Like they have hardly any breaks. Is that because they sense something, that there's something inside of them or around them that they're not comfortable with, or there's
I
not
hear, yeah.
feeling safe with? So there's not. It's
Yeah.
actually not even an illness. It's literally that they a cry for help.
It is. Yeah, because even like Jade's granddaughter, she would cry, and she goes, why does she keep crying? I said, because they lived in an apartment, right? So whatever was with somebody else came through the walls to that child, and she would see them. And even me myself as a child, I would see dead people at the end of my bed.
Yeah.
And my parents would take me for a ride. And we lived out in the country. So a country mile is very, very long. So they would at night drive me around to put me asleep. My dad goes, it's really strange because I get you in the car and go down the road and you would go to sleep. Get you back home and you would just scream. And I told him, I said, Dad, do you know how hard it is for dead people to keep up with a car doing 60 miles an hour?
Oh my
They,
god.
they can't. But I remember my whole life of seeing dead people in at the end of my bed.
I
Constant.
Joseph has been through that.
I had seen that people too, but yeah, I told you when I had this surgery, which afterwards I had partially amnesia, I had no more short-term memory. Ever since then, it's gone. I'm not sure if there's still that many here because there's so many souls reincarnated on this planet right now. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's that many spirits still wandering around as they were when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, I had seen them all the time, and I also had stay in an isolated room. So when I screamed for help, nobody would hear me. I would have to deal with this, whatever was in the room myself.
Yeah.
And
I
then
hear
when you
that you
open the
chose
door to
not
hear.
to see him anymore.
Oh, I did, maybe. I remember that, but once I woke up out of the surgery, things have shifted a lot. There's something different. In one way, things were easier, in the other way, things were harder. Like for instance, I had no short-term memory, so I could not lead a conversation for many months because I would always forget what I had just said or what I had just asked. But I felt a lot. I could feel the intentions of people a lot better. And a lot of them I found not morally okay. Like I would think, oh my God, this teacher really has sexual interest on that student, and that's not okay. Like I would feel this stuff a lot stronger afterwards, and I was completely overwhelmed. But at the same time, I could not stay in school for after that because my memory was not working. Like I had a long term memory but no short term memory. Like I would always ask the same question. People got pissed at me because I kept forgetting the answer, or if I got that I had already
And
asked.
retain it. Mhm.
So that went quite a while until I did a Reiki workshop, like maybe like 8 months into this. And they told me, do you have to do something to get grounded again because you're not in your body. And then I did that. And then I had I was able to work in a organic shop, not just food. It was also creams and stuff. But what helped was the routine, doing the same work all the time, saying the same things to the customers all the time. So the rhythm that helped. And after maybe 2 years or something like that, it'd be better. But it took I think until I could read a book and remember what I had read. It took about 6 years.
Wow.
I did a lot of clean. I did a lot. That's how I got into the detox cleansing thing, because I did a lot of cleansing. I thought I need to cleanse all those toxins out of me, and I was always the one intelligent. I was always called the intelligent one in the family because I had a high IQ, and then this happened to me. It was like, oh my God, now it's half. I hope nobody can notice that my intelligence is gone. So there was a lot of shame
Because you can
involved.
retain things. Yeah.
And then I would only go out at night because I didn't want to see anybody, because I didn't want to talk to anybody. Because it was like if I talk to somebody, they would notice that I cannot follow anymore. So they will recognize my stupidity that I've now.
That's your
So that
heart.
it was hard. It was hard. When I think back, there is a life before the life after that. The life before, I hardly remember. Like I do remember. It's not that it's all erased, but almost insignificant, because it had changed me so much. I remember Rich once said you probably are a walk-in. Like, what is a walk-in? And then you would say all those symptoms that I felt like that I have, and then it would say it's probably a walk-in. Like I don't know. I just know my body reacts different on chemicals. And you know what's the crazy part? My mom had something similar when she was also taking them as becoming a physical therapist. She would have to take the test, and right before she had a ski accident, she broke both of her legs. So she also
Oh,
had a surgery, and then going to the surgery, she had also the memory loss. But it was not that long for her. It was a few months. But with me, it was quite a long time. You know, when you write text messages and you leave out your own, like, anything what refers to you, like me, I, that word was eliminated, as I had eliminated myself. So I had a long time. I believed that I might have had a chip in my head and somebody is remote controlling me or something like that. I had a lot of paranoid ideas around what is really going on. But right
well,
now,
that's understandable.
yeah, I remember I would that one time I would come to the US and travel around because a former boyfriend had died, and I wanted to go out to the same places where we had been. And I remember I came to Hawaii, and in Hawaii it was like, oh my God, it's gone. I don't feel how do you say? observed anymore. I always felt like there's somebody is watching me. And 1.5 days later, it had caught up. Like there was again, it's like, oh, same symptoms, same thing. And that went on for quite some time. I don't think it's still on, or I'm cooler about it. I'm not anxious about it anymore because I just look at that there just a Truman Show anyway. It's kind of like, yeah, of course, whatever, you know. But also because I've done a lot of focusing training, so I feel like I'm not almost a nerd in remembering things. I remember things even better than before. You know what I mean? When you went into the deficit, and then you make it a habit to become even better. Like you try to master that. So
Yeah,
yeah, but it's been a long time. It's been a while, but definitely I lost my entire friends. Whatever friends I had, they were all gone. But I had that twice. So maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's sort of a reincarnation while still being alive or something like that.
I get yes. What do you get, Betty?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm getting like the people that was supposed to be your friends wasn't, they was just superficial. They wasn't really a true group that you used to be with.
I didn't want to go deep or
Yeah, it's also, when I had this, my 7-year relationship ended. That's the one dude I saw a few days ago when I wrote you the email, Katana. When I wrote
Yeah,
you the email, that that relationship ended during, like, yeah, after in that amnesia time. And then I moved from this place where I live right now, where I am right now, to Zurich, to the other city, alone with my dog. So I was like, I did a lot of breakups in that time. So it literally felt like dying and reborn. Like because all those breakups and all those disconnecting and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's been a long time. I just the entire time at the beginning I really was wondering what was that? It's like my dad when he was like 64-ish, he had a stroke. Nobody was allowed to know because he was still practicing in he was as a doctor. And I remember his recovery, how that went, because he would forget word. The moment when he became emotional, he couldn't find the words to speak them out, so it would have like we were not we should how do you say that, um we had to stay peaceful to not piss him off, so he would not remember that, we would not get into this situation because it hurt his self confidence. Like he became very um insecure. But how I reacted was similar. It's like I felt maybe I had sort of a little bit of a stroke during that surgery or something like that, because I couldn't remember some words. I could not, but especially when I was emotional and I tried to bring them out, like it was all gone. It was all blank, as if there was a program going on in my mind. I don't know. It's just I heard
I
so
get
many.
yes.
Yeah, and then there's this doctor who once worked for CERN. CERN, that's that crazy spot in Switzerland. She's now living in the US, and she has PhD in part little particle physicist. And she would
Yeah,
say in surgery that doctors they plant chips in their brains, like there's something they might do or somewhere else in your body. And I don't know for what kind of purpose, but she's highly convinced about that, and she tries to how do you say, inform people also on YouTube. And it's so crazy because it sounds crazy, but when you listen to a full video of hers, you are convinced that this is true, because she brings uh quite arguments that, wow, yeah. And I'm like, why are they doing this? And it's sort of kind of just as an experiment, not because you are this person or you are a special person or you have sort of special knowledge or something like that. Just as you can be a target, like energy weapon target or whatsoever, that doesn't mean that you're so special and now they're targeting you. It's just as an experiment, which is weird. as an answer. I mean, that's the worst. At least give me a sort of feeling that I'm sort of special. Like, give me this. No, you're not. They're just using humans just to see how humans react. We're sort of guinea pigs. That's how, from what I've understood.
Well, and everything's so rapidly evolving right now too. We're constantly having to adjust.
Yeah, yeah, the dogs too. Yeah, I think but I had not known at that time, right, what I knew now. But back then it's like I was so afraid of that kind of stuff. I was so afraid of somebody who have power over me. But today, as we had just talked about the blessings, the same thing is with protection. It's like what you could actually probably even how do you say? But if even if you had a chip in your body, you will probably be able to not erase, but make it unfunctionable, but with your own mind. How do you say it in English?
So your intentions are powerful,
Yeah,
because that's when we do healings, that's what we're using is our intentions. And like, with the medicine wheel and how powerful it is in our intentions of what we're doing with it, and creating that healing space. So yeah, it's like, taking the bath in the salt, and it being a certain vibration, and feeling that vibration just shaking all of everything loose
yeah,
and removing it.
yeah,
It's not just the salt, it's your vibration, it's your thought, it's your intention. And that's what I instill into all of my product. Like, everything that I do is
I really
very
think
well.
it adds to it because it's well known that ginger and turmeric, certain herbs are very anti-inflammatory, right? Well,
mhm,
my man and I developed chronic inflammatory response syndrome because we didn't know we had mold exposure,
yeah,
and that your whole body gets inflamed. And it
yeah,
was, oh my God, I don't care how old or young you are, it's going to hurt your cognition if you're exposed to, and you have that for a while. I've
yeah,
just heard too many testimonials of people of all ages. Well, I was sharing with Katana, I'm doing this and this and this, but oh my gosh. And she's like, well, let me send you some of this ginger tonic. And so she sent it. She already had it made up and sent it. And I use a teaspoon every morning. Within 4 days, I'm noticing a definite boost to everything, a
oh
definite
wow,
improvement in the brain fog that quick. And I had been
wow.
using ginger from the store. I don't grow it myself. It probably would be a lot stronger if I had control of the soil and all that. But
Yeah,
but that tincture and what she speaks into it,
yeah,
very powerful.
yeah,
I
I
was doing a
believe that.
session with one of my clients last week, and they're like, "You need to tell her to get Katana's ginger's extract." Okay, I did.
Wow. The only thing that I notice myself is like sometimes when I would pet and cuddle with my dogs, I feel so much love for them. And then at the same time, I'm holding a glass of water. So I'm trying to sort of radiate all the love I'm feeling right
You
now
can absolutely.
into
You're
that
doing that.
water. And then I drink it. And it's like I literally drink my own love that I just sort of, you know,
It
yeah,
makes a
that's,
difference.
Yeah, we can bless and infuse anything.
yeah. No, for sure. Yeah. I understand that. Imagine what you could do with an entire group. I always think like if one person is that powerful alone,
Oh,
what you could do with
where
it
two
with
or
an
more are
entire,
gathered. Wow,
or even more, a medicine wheel full of
two or
people.
more.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's always the thought I have because somebody just said like for to cleanse an entire village of let's say 1,000 people, you only need 10 people who are spreading that love and raising that vibration. So that's like it does not need a lot. It needs a group that's powerful.
Well, I just discovered that series, The Chosen, that started 4 or 5 years ago. It's Jesus' story told from the perspective of all those around him. And so they're going through all the scriptures, and putting them on the show. And the last episode I saw was him changing. He was at the wedding, and his wife was best friends. His mom was best friends with the groom's mom. And the in-laws of the daughter-in-law didn't really approve of the in-laws because they weren't as high a status in society. So they were a little snobby about them. And so it was a huge disaster that what happened was twice as many people showed up for the wedding as was planned. So that's why they didn't have enough wine.
Oh,
And Jesus came at the last minute and brought his entourage. That was another reason they didn't have enough wine. So he gets asked by the mother, please, you've got to help. They're going to be humiliated. This is going to ruin their relationship with the new in-laws, And he's like, Mother, it's not my time yet to go public, right? And then she's like, if not now, when? And he had said this to her when he was 12, the same day that he had preached at the temple for the first time, and everybody was just blown away by this 12-year-old. And he scared her to death because he had disappeared to go do this. And so then she's like, you're too young and all this. And he's like, well, if not, when now? So then she said it to him. So he had the others that were there, that were supplying the wine, that had brought the wine. All they had was the purified jars where they put the purification water for their rituals. But they had all the purified jars that had the purified water in it. And so he had all the servants and the ones that had brought the wine to start with, basically gather and put fresh water in there. And he utilized their energy along with his. And he then asked them to leave the room so he could really focus. And it was there. He dipped his hand in the water and it was wine. It give you goosebumps. Power of more. I mean, the two or more are gathered is huge. All the cooperation and the intent, the shared intent.
Yeah, well, that's it, and it only, they want me to say that it only takes one person to kind of tweak that intent. If they don't believe completely that it's
Can
happening,
corrupt it.
they can corrupt it. And that's what we got last week, right? It was the corruption of our intention that the energies didn't like us creating this medicine wheel and doing this healing. So of course it brings the closest person to you to come and throw it
Disrupt
into your life.
things.
Yeah, but it's okay because it's all a lesson and it's all learning and
Fear. It's
yeah,
being able to see the fear and choose differently, choose love instead. It's always an opportunity.
So the dark forces can pick anyone in the group just to sabotage this entire medicine wheel session.
yeah,
Doesn't really
They
matter
can
who it
try.
is. Anyone, just anyone.
yeah, they can try, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they can try.
That's why it's so important to center. When we come into a spiritual space, if we want it to remain clean, we want to center and be neutral and return to sender. I have this ritual I do every time I go into session. I'm writing a book about it, of how important it is to center and return to sender all others' energies. It's very powerful. It'll blow your hair back. And it takes entities with it. Katana can see it when it happens a lot of times.
When you lived in countries or in other countries or other cultures, for instance, in Mexico, they have this tool, or they have this belief that if you carry a little mirror in your pocket, sometimes they have pockets on their shirts, and if you wear a little mirror in your pocket, the energy would just return, But then if it goes forth, it goes 100 times back and forth. Or what else do they have? It depends what kind of country. I mean, Mexico is such a strong energy country. They believe all sorts of stuff, and they use all sorts of stuff. I mean, they use magic as well.
Believe in magic and spirits, that's for sure.
all sorts of stuff. So they have their tools to protect themselves. I mean, even the indigenous people like the Maya, you should not take pictures of them. They believe if you take a picture of them, you steal their soul. So
Well, the belief is huge.
you got to respect their belief systems, because otherwise they curse you. And if they curse you, that
Oh,
it's
you
strong.
don't want that.
No,
Mm-mm.
you don't want to be cursed by them.
Mm.
They have very strong energy.
Oh,
Like
they have so
they
much
believe.
sacrifice in their history too. So much murder and sacrifice. They have some dark energy in there. Yeah.
Yeah, but also it's that their belief system is so amazing. Because it was a long time ago. I did some social work in Mexico. So that anything that here in the Europe you would talk and you sort of think, oh my God, if that were true, about fairies and elves and gnomes and all that kind of. In Mexico, they live with it. They live it. If dogs disappear, it is an illusion that took it away. An illusion is something like it kind of looks like a human, like a normal human, but with a shorter body and has sort of a baby head. It's kind of grayish, and it can come from one dimension to the next. And when in that moment, that is in your dimension, it will grab a puppy and disappear. So they have a lot of those pieces. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. They talk about this stuff every single day. This is just one example out of
It's part of
thousands.
the reality.
And that they're creating a fourth going, like because they keep talking about them.
Boy, that's true. The words are so powerful.
I know. So that's what I mean. So man.
Well, words build belief, and belief is incredibly powerful.
I have to get sick on. Oh, okay. My recharging my phone. So yeah, it's cool in the English language because English language, the word spelling, a word spell is also to put a spell on somebody is the same thing. It's not so in the German language, but in English, a lot of things you say, your
Have
words.
more than one meaning.
Yeah, if you listen carefully, you can understand another reality of it.
Dude, she lay on a lap like a normal cat.
How's you doing?
He's good. He's just feeling a little needy because he didn't get his pets last night. He's just
Okay.
like, you're not getting out of it. I want him now.
You see any reactions on him? Like in this week, it's been quite an energetic week this week.
I'd say he stayed away from me the last couple of days more than
Probably.
usual. And that's why he's coming in now because this we got rid of the contaminants,
Okay.
the lower energies.
Yeah.
We're trying to sabotage somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just been, I'm working on healing my adrenals right now. That chronic inflammation response thing comes partly from your fight or flight getting kicked in and your adrenals getting overstimulated with to produce cortisol because
Mm-hmm.
it's like an emergency for your immune system, all this
Yeah.
mold attacking you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that gets into, especially if you already have a tendency to be hyperactive, as I do, the amygdala and the brain can get triggered into kind of a loop in the body between the adrenals and the brain, just keeping that going and going and going. Well, then the adrenals get depleted because they're just pumping out cortisol 24/7.
Yeah.
And so I've gotten where I only sleep about 3 hours a night.
Yeah.
And working on this healing, and I have other signs that it's coming along. I am healing, but it's gonna once you get to menopause, your adrenals are what produce what's left of your estrogen and your sex hormones, as well as the cortisol hormones and glucagon. Some of it comes out of the liver, but mainly the adrenals, from what I understand. And so I just cannot stay asleep. I can fall asleep real easy, but staying asleep, going back to sleep, So anyway, since Easter, I'm like, I know I'm healing, had a great time with family, but here I was in this big group. And I had already been on this not only sleeping 2 or 3 hours a night, cancel delete for like 3 weeks. And before that, it was only 4 or 5 hours. So I need 6 or 7 to be optimal. And so, so this weekend, I didn't do what I normally do, my return to sender and all that, several times when I'm out in crowds like that. And then with us upgrading recently, we're just on a continual upward, clearing and all of this. These entities don't like it. They don't want us helping others, and they don't like it that we are refusing to think of ourselves as victims in any way anymore. So they just attack. And no, I'm just like, I'm so drained. And so I just attributed it to the insomnia, because I'm also getting all goofy loopy from being so tired. So thank goodness we can, call each other and get some help.
Have you ever heard of med beds?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah? Have you ever imagined to create an energetic med bed out of your bed?
It's a great idea.
To sort of
Yeah.
put a program on it energetically that this is now a med bed, and it'll give you 7 hours sleep, deep sleep.
That's a great idea. Thank you. I know some folks that are waiting on med beds to the point of victimizing themselves, refusing to take any other action except think of, oh, the med beds are coming. I'm like, that doesn't help you right now.
We don't need the physical one. We can just put our own program on it, and then practicing that maybe every night. Like, I think
light workers can. I don't know that the average human would have that ability, but yeah, people
Everybody has
that are already
talent.
accessing. Well, yeah, but they've got a lot of interference and clutter in their field, so they do have the potential. That's for sure.
I just remember like years ago, when I was a little more calm inside, but I used to talk to my organs. I used to talk to, for instance, I would just talk to them as if if they had a personality, and ask them what they need.
I've done that before too.
That worked. It really got it.
Yeah, the insomnia I have to admit, I've allowed it, or it just has affected my ability to remember anything and to think the way I used to, as far as remembering to implement everything I know, is not always coming to me. So thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. And
it's very powerful.
There's a book that I have read, and quite a few years ago, when I met Allison from England, she had an issue, and we was teaching her how to talk to her organs, because she kept getting infection, right? And so we spent the time with her, and I remember it was really late night in England for her, by the time we got off the phone with her, by just helping her talk to her organs. But yeah, I've done
just
that
doing it. I'm gonna have to get the paper out. Where is my notebook? Actually, let me.
Yeah, let's do the game. Or somebody takes over the consciousness of an organ. Like, I would say, I am for instance, the liver of Betty, and then you could ask questions, and it would just go like sort of a channeling thing.
Oh yeah, my mentor, when I first got activated as a medium, she had been involved in an actual scientific study that she was paid to do. They put her inside a liver to investigate and describe what she was seeing, and it was so cool. I'm like, I would love to do something like that.
Yeah. See, the body was designed to heal itself.
It is. Sleep helps, because that's when most of that happens, but yeah. But I have superpowers, so it's just remembering to utilize them and do it often enough until it shifts.
I wonder why your nervous system is so alert. Why is it so alert?
I had, I don't know if I was meant to be ADHD as a child, but I had some head injuries. I was always outside trying to stay away from the stepfather, and I was really jacked up I was always in terror. I was scared to death of him, and I had good reason to be. And so I was always trying to avoid being in the house, and I got hurt really bad more than once. And I wasn't even taken to the doctor,
Oh,
just
that's
the way it
good.
was. So I think that caused, if I wasn't born with this hyperactivity and in that condition, the prefrontal cortex is underactive. And so it causes a lot of scatter and then that situation of the amygdala, the emotional part of the brain getting jacked up as a matter of being normal when it's
Mhm.
not. And so I've had like 3 different periods in my life where stress triggered extreme hyperactivity, where almost being manic, and I'm not bipolar.
Mhm.
So this time there hasn't been any external stress, as far as no survival stress. I've got a supportive relationship. I've got great companions, friends, people I get to work with. But we just live in an older home, and there were some spills on the carpets and places we couldn't see that had some mold, and we've been exposed to it for years. But
Mhm.
none of the symptoms kicked in until we had a dramatic death in the family last fall. It was a real shocking death. And one of my fellow's brother got run over by an 18-wheeler. And he was not in a
Mhm.
vehicle. It was pretty trippy. Anyway, within a month of that, scatterbrain, couldn't think, couldn't remember nothing. And then, it took me a couple months to realize I needed to test for the mold. But now that we've known about it and we've been working on the house and doing, what we can and utilizing nutrition, and it's all working. I can think again. I can work again. There for a couple months, I took off from taking clients because I just couldn't keep a thought in my head. But it's all getting back to normal. It's just the sleeping thing is the last thing.
I perceive that there's this little girl that doesn't feel safe. So
Oh, absolutely. We worked with her on Friday.
always
We did a
you
lot
were
of
not
work with her.
sleeping as a kid. Like
No,
you
no.
almost like a
I would wake
guardian
up being
dog.
abused. I would wake up in the midst of being abused.
Yes. Yeah, but you would never really
Never
deep
safe
sleep.
to sleep. No,
So
but
you
now it
never
is.
really.
But you're right. I
Yeah,
have to keep talking to her. She's been through a lot.
She's
yeah.
trying to avoid to hear what you're saying, Leela.
Why? Why?
because she, because every time you go to speak, she'll speak. And
Yeah, but
so
she's verifying. I'm verifying what she's saying.
I know,
Yeah.
but the little girl in there is like, like when Leela opens her mouth, the little girl opens you up. So,
Survival skill.
Yeah,
yeah. So Leela,
absolutely. She's absolutely.
you see the little girl.
Yes. I mean, I have chills on my whole body. This girl never slept. Never. Not day, not night, not never.
I'd
It was
always be on
I
alert.
always alert. It's like a guardian dog. No, dogs actually never really deeply sleep because they always want to guard the house. That's how I feel. Like you were always awake to protect yourself. I think not just yourself.
No, my siblings too.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
I was the
You
oldest
were
child.
the protector of them all. You were sort of the
I tried.
guardian dog.
And then
Yes.
my parents actively put that on me too. I would be beat if something happened to one of my siblings.
So the
So
your body, your system, your cells, your DNA, you don't know what sleep means.
I've
You've
had
never
many lives
slept.
where I was murdered while sleeping also.
Yeah, but the deep sleep, like sleep, because you're always so afraid something might happen that you all your cells, all your nerves, all everything is always awake. That is exhausting.
I remember even as a child, and okay, by
Yes.
the time I was in my teens and 20s, I had memories of looking down on things from the ceiling, floating up here, observing things.
I don't wonder. Like the conscious is awake, the soul is awake. You're constantly guarding, protecting. I, I'm surprised you never had a breakdown on that. It's just really
I'm very
intense.
hardy. Now that I'm getting older, I'm not as hardy. Cancel, delete that. I'm very hardy. But there are changes happening. Let's say that.
So listen, there's just one thing that I want to say. There's one thing because it just came to my mind. So you don't know what sleep means. So how can you
Sleep, full
trust
sleep.
it?
Probably right.
How can you trust? Let's say you will fall asleep. You would not trust that that's something good for you. Your body doesn't know what that means. So you cannot trust that feeling. That's something new to your body.
It could be that the ADHD symptoms are a way to keep that going because I have clutter everywhere right now with all this exhaustion. I can't keep up with my stuff, which just perpetuates the unrest in the energy fields.
Yeah, but what Leah is talking about is really true, because we've
yeah.
cut on it so many times that, like she's saying, how can
And
you
validating.
find what you're looking for if you've never experienced it in this lifetime?
Yeah.
Or
Hey, ladies, this is aloha, everybody. I finally checked in. Um,
Hi.
as opposed to checking out, Anyway, I think we should schedule a dumping session because it's not only you. There's a lot of us that are caught up in that wash, and right now it's clear if you're having it, the one thing that you're having the most difficulty with is the one thing that you have to acknowledge, you have to make peace with, and you have to let go of, right?
Oh yeah, I just had a 5-hour session on Friday working on it, but it takes what it takes.
It's exhausting. Yeah, I know. I was just like, ah! And then I was like, I feel a little better now, but I need to do a lot more of
Me
that.
too, in a lot of ways. I got a lot more peace, but I'm just the body is tired.
Yes, I know. Because it's like what my sister said to me. She looked at me and she's like, hey, you are like Jacob, and you're on that ladder, but Jacob is fighting the angels that want to bless him. And they finally touch his hubris in order to disable him because he was a great warrior. And the angels had a really hard time with him until his hubris got touched. And then it completely incapacitated him. Right now, I would say our hubrises are seriously being touched so we can stop fighting. Because I mean, it's in us because we're warriors. We're warriors of
That's
the
true.
light.
That's
And
true.
we've gone through so many things as children that we're our armor as I just got a picture. Our armor from when we were children, kind of tight because it's, because we've grown so much, but it's still there. And that armor has to be taken off because it no longer fits you. It's more constraining than anything. It doesn't allow you to be as flexible as your new armor will allow, that
I am
armor
getting you are
is.
correct, and we should be doing this today. There's no reason why we can't
I'm
do it right
hoping
now.
we have enough time because I got to go back to work at 11:30 or about 11:30. But yeah, that's
To
what
our fearless leader.
you are. You are so. Oh my goodness! You just like we're all. It's not just you. I'm doing the same
Oh,
thing.
I'm sure.
I I have
Light
never seen
workers.
I completely falling apart again. Completely falling apart again, and I was like, why?
It's
What am I holding
resistance to
on
love.
to? It's
It's the
yeah.
fear.
Oh, exactly. So I was like, okay. Having my Jerry Lewis moment. And as I was just listening to you, yeah, that's so many of us right now. And yeah, we need to break it down and we need to release it. And
Well, one thing is at
Sopranos?
least my little girl can, when I see her, she's usually relaxed. She's not all scrunched up like she used to be, but she still
No,
doesn't feel safe enough to sleep.
but she's still wearing, it looks like almost like a sailor's dress. Remember those little sailor dresses we had as little girls?
Oh, yeah.
Hers is kind of tattered and she looks like she's been tied up by ribbons. So she has ribbons that are tattered that are coming from her legs, up her legs and around her arms, and she's blindfolded.
Mm.
And yeah. And yeah, she's crying because she just wants to be free. She wants all that old shit to go away.
Well, we just got attacked really strongly the last 2 days, so she's
Yeah,
hurting again.
I can imagine. My kids have been on it. on my bus. Somebody left me a mango underneath the seat.
I
And
can go under the seat.
they attract cockroaches and everything else, and they start to stink. And I checked all my seats and I found it. And I told him, I said, look, whatever you're feeling, if you don't like me, if you hate me, whatever, go outside my bus and scream. But I try to keep you healthy and give you a good environment. But I need your help. Please don't do this anymore, because this is not cool. But
Wow.
when I talked to the lady at the school today, she said they closed. I had to go to the restroom really bad. And I'm searching for a restroom on the campus. And the one that was supposed to be open was closed because the kids vandalized it.
Wow.
They are screaming from inside. They do not know how to process this energy. And then they're got their smartphones, which are making it 100 times worse.
It's radiation is very, very bad.
Oh, it's not only that, it's the
Oh,
program
what comes through it. Yeah.
added to it, which, when they broke it down, it keeps them constantly watching and entertained for a second, and then it really makes them sad. And then it doesn't matter how many times they connect with people on social media, they still feel alone.
Mhm.
And so they don't have anybody to connect to help them break down this energy, because it's overwhelming. And ladies, it's us. We have to do it for them. Not for them. We have to show them how to do it, but we have to do it ourselves. And our children, I mean, I see your child, my child she's just standing there, and she looks dirty and tired, and she's crying, and she's in the dark. So yeah, it's like lightning storms going off inside of me. That's what she's caught up in. And it's just because I need to process this and release it so that I can move forward, because my uterus is constantly, and it's with kids, believe it or not. Children are my biggest hubris, because they are a reflection of my inner child. And so, yeah, and that makes me want to cry, because I know how much they're hurting, because I'm hurting.
Yeah, it's hard to help them when your
And
inner
you can't help.
child's inside
Yeah.
screaming. So
Yeah.
Leela, what do you see of Betty's inner child?
What I wanted to suggest before was if I could talk to Betty's inner child, if I could talk to it personally, because
She said
this
she's willing to listen. She's willing to hear.
can you
She's
can you
ready to
bring
be free and to let all this go.
But the thing is, she does not know how to relax because she's afraid of what might happen when she falls asleep. So she is afraid of sleep. She is afraid of closing her eyes, letting it all go, because then she's out of control. She's gotta control
And then when my body insists and passes out, because that's what it is. I don't have trouble falling asleep usually unless there's some stimulation. Stay up on the TV too late, blah, blah. But once I go down, I am passed out for 2 or 3 hours. But then after that, boing.
Yeah.
And I've
Because
trained
you're
myself not to think about a lot of stuff, so I can lay there and try to go back to sleep,
It's
which
in
I
your
used to not be able to
subconscious mind,
tolerate. But
though. It's
yeah,
in your
but now,
subconscious mind, and she's there. What I heard, and it's kind of weird, and it kind of makes me kind of laugh, because I watched a movie about a little boy who could see dead people, and it's an animated film. And this one prophecy comes to pass with this little girl who was hurt and tortured as a ghost. I mean, as a human, and she was killed. And then she came back to torture, and she brought back the people that killed her from the dead.
okay.
And the only way to soothe her was to sing her a lullaby.
Excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you
Yes.
again. One more
Excuse me. Nothing's
confirmation.
calling here. Well, I wonder if part of this is that my stepdad's been gone from this plane since the 90s. He died 10
Uh-huh.
years after mother. They both died of lung cancer from the asbestos he used to bring home on his clothes.
Right.
And so he's not back in a body. He could be anywhere. And he's
Betty,
reptilian. He's a reptilian soul. So
Bet,
it could be that's part of it.
Could
Right.
be,
Betty,
but I just heard a lullaby, which is a prayer to help her, give her peace.
So like
yeah,
when I wake up,
exactly.
Let
Betty,
You
Leela
gotta
talk here.
create it. Not
can, can I
well,
talk to Betty's inner
yeah,
child?
that
yes,
makes sense, Jade. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Let's
And
let
you gotta write
Leela,
for
Finish
you.
that thought, honey.
yeah, Leela wants to talk to Betty's inner child.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
are
I'm
you
silent.
Thank you. I
up to
accept.
this?
I
Okay.
accept if she is.
All right. So, Betty,
Betty,
what
come on.
I think we would want to create sort of a bedtime ritual, and that could look every single night differently. But
Okay.
maybe there's something that makes you feeling safe. It could also be a stuffed animal, or a light, or just anything that little
Yeah.
Betty needs, and then will protect. So you know that for the
You know
next
what I
7.
just saw? She just showed me my knife that Devontae gave me as a gift in a session a while back. It's a big old jeweled gold knife that's super powered. I mean, it under the pillow. Would be
Why
one
not?
thing, but
If
I don't
that
really.
helps.
We need something that's peace oriented, though.
No, we don't need the head. We need the feeling. It's just if you ask your little child, you can call her Betty, or you can call her. I don't know. I call
She
mine
likes
little
JoJo. My granny used to call us JoJo, so I'll call her
Jojo.
JoJo.
I call mine little mini me. Go Jojo. And you ask Jojo every single night. What would make you feel safe tonight? What do you need tonight? Maybe you need a glass of water, but it's just gotta be a feeling, not a head, and not
I
analyzing.
agree.
Maybe it's a
Hmm.
knife because the knife could kill the dragon when it comes in.
Just to
Not
have
the
it nearby might help, but there'll be something else, like you said, that's more softer, that's more comforting.
Well, I saw the picture, like a video, that you are bringing your little Jojo to bed. You go bring her, you cuddle her, you put the blanket, you help her into the bed, you put the blanket over, like, how do you say that in English? You pull it up, you keep her safe, and then you ask her, what do you need to feel safe? Nobody can come in. You are safe. Everything is protected, right? You're safe because this little girl does not know what safe sleep means, right? Exactly. That's what we want. That feeling. There we go. There is little Betty.
So I saw
There she is.
my heart I need to bring creator into my heart when I sleep and ask for protection and love. We'll go from there.
Is there any physical thing you might need? Maybe a stone or an animal,
I
stuffed
think there's
animal?
probably something that can represent that. Yeah.
Yes. And then you can bring that in for a while and hold
Yeah.
on to that. And every single time, because your body will remember, you can shift in your mind, but the body has its own intelligence,
It's
you
a
know?
real challenge for me to get myself to go to the bed at night.
I
I
believe so.
usually fall asleep on the couch. That's the neutral
Yeah.
place.
When the TV is on, that's probably the best way to, it's like distraction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, but then, then I get up and when I get back to sleep, I'm doing good. Like I say, in 2 hours, I'll be bug-eyed again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be very good advice.
Yeah, something that maybe ask her, you got feel into it, but she needs to feel safe because now she is safe. And then there will be the very first experience, and the cells, the DNA, the bones, your hair, your skin, for the very first time, can relax in this deep sleep. You,
Well, and I need to trust creator for my overall protection. I mean, it doesn't help her feel safe when I discover I've got, 7,000 succubuses and incubuses trying to keep me down.
Betty, a little girl, 5 years old, what do they trust? Maybe a teddy bear will protect them. Elves,
Yeah,
fairies,
keep it simple.
keep it simple and the feeling to it. It's
Yeah.
the feeling to, not the explanation up here, because your head it's
Hmm.
not gonna change. It's the body needs to feel it, the cells.
Right.
Yeah. But even if you think you have erased it in your head, you've done affirmations, you've done hypnosis, all of that, the body has still its memories
Well,
in
that's
the
it. Yeah.
cells. That's
Hmm.
what I mean. That's why it didn't work so far. It's like
We've cleared a lot, but we are down to it right now. That's where we're down to. All that other external has been cleared and transmuted, and now we're finally here where I can focus on that little thing in my body, that little girl in my body,
yeah.
and how she
It's
feels.
it's what she feels, not what you as an adult feels.
Right.
Because
No, that makes total
we gotta
sense.
go all the way back. How does she feel safe? You
Yeah,
know?
she's gonna have to discover that.
Yes, she has. We've never done that before. Maybe
Mhm.
it's a special kind of blanket that she needs every night, and that blanket she needs to
Well,
hold
I
on.
know Joseph noticed that if he invite, like when we go to sleep or before we go to sleep, he'll invite me over, put his arm around me. And while he's holding me, she feels
Yeah,
so safe. And I can often fall asleep, but I
yeah.
cannot stay asleep and I can't stay in that position all night.
It's gonna, his arm's gonna fall off.
So I'll have to come up with something. We'll come up, I'll ask her what else would work.
For instance, there's huge stuffed teddy bears, even for adults who have sleep issues, like big dogs. Then you can sort of hold on to that. It's not a
Uh-huh.
joke that they
Or even
exist.
an
Human
imaginary
size,
one.
human size. So it's
Hmm.
kind of like to horns or something like that, just to get that feeling
One
of
of those big
safety.
body pillows and turn it into my protector or my safety net.
Exactly. And maybe every night something else. Maybe she wants a special kind of melody, or she wants a scent, or something else.
I
She
think
wants to
giving her
have a
attention
feeling.
every night for a while would be very powerful in itself.
Yeah, the ritual of getting her to bed, taking like maybe half an hour or a little
Show
longer,
her that
and then
love.
yeah, show her the love, bring her to bed, put the blankets over her,
One
tell
big
her she's safe.
challenge with being hyperactive is disassociation from the
Yes,
body. And my
it's,
child is my body.
yeah.
It's both.
Or
So
sometimes
yeah.
having the same socks on every night or something like that. Just like little children, when they're afraid of something,
Signal.
you
Hmm.
give them glasses. When you put the glasses on, you're safe. You have to think like a kid. If you
Oh,
put the
that's good
glasses on,
stuff, hon. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't been little in a long time, and I never had children, so I haven't been around little kids much in recent years either. That's good stuff.
I just remember my childhood so well that I kind of feel into children very
Thank you.
easily. And I remember because I always also slept isolated. Like my room was an isolated room, whereas all the others were connected. But I had a blanket. I had a name, and I would always hold this blanket like that. And after a while, they have a smell, like they have a scent, kind of, and that really calmed me down, because it was sort of, that was my. I could also hide myself under it if I needed it, to put the blanket over
Hmm.
my head if I needed it. So it's a sort of, that was my safe spot.
I can create a dome over our bed every night too, if that would help her feel better. Feel
But
better. A
I think
safety
she needs
dome.
something physical. Sorry, but she needs a teddy. She needs something physical. Adults understand the dome, adults understand the cubes or whatever you want to put, the
Well, no, I'm
pyramid.
thinking multiple layers, levels of things I can do. Yeah,
Of course, not sure.
but not
Of
as
course,
the. No, I hear what you're saying, and that feels right.
yeah, something physical.
Hmm. I've got a beautiful little teddy bear. She
Maybe
loves
she
it.
wants. Okay.
Just hadn't thought to sleep with it.
Yeah, ask him. Maybe he wants another teddy bear. Yes, queen.
This little sweetie here.
Yeah. Maybe ask her if that's. And also, little kids, they have different perspective in sizes. Sometimes for them, they are small teddy bears, but then in dreams, they become big teddy bears and they
Mhm.
protect them. Because,
Yeah,
the in reality, I mean, you can extend and reduce the size. Like, I mean, that's a
and make it as
beginning.
big as she wants.
Yes. That is definitely a beginning, but I just learned from my friend in the UK who does bioresonance that you can do as many affirmations or anything in your mind as you want. The cell still has its program, so you sort of start from the cell, and your cells, that's the first thing I felt, they have never understood relaxation. They've always
Not
been
at the
bumpy,
deepest
bouncy,
levels.
and alert. That's why they don't understand that. You have to literally teach them this. Like parents teach a baby to go to sleep. We have to teach yourselves how to go to sleep.
How to stay asleep, that it's safe to stay asleep.
Yes, that it's safe to stay asleep. Exactly.
And the creator told me I need 5 hours. I do fantastically well, whereas most people, 5 hours will cause disease. But I believe this because I can rock along for months and I'm only getting 5 hours or 4 or 5 hours. But my deep sleep is so good that it works for me. I can function well. But when I dip down under that, man, ooh, that's not the same story.
I would leave the numbers away. I would just go by feeling and not
Well,
even
that's what I've
look at
just
the clock.
observed lately.
Yeah, not even look at the clock how many hours that's been. Could be 10, could be
Well, I
5,
just
could
usually
be
know what time I go to bed and what time I get up. So yeah,
I needed to
it's
with
annoying. So you're right. It doesn't help to focus on it. And I don't dwell on it through the day at all, but it's there. That
I
knowing is
remember
there.
when I was studying, I could study better at night, and then when I knew what time it was, and I only had 2 more hours until I have to get up, I was so tired. If I didn't check the clock and it was only 2 hours to get up, I would know. I think there's some connection about belief systems we have, how much hours we sleep we need to actually be energized.
I also think there's something to what Jade said about the armor because it's kind of hard to be comfortable when you've got big bulky armor on it when you're trying to
Mhm.
sleep.
Yeah.
So there's got to be something else, like you say. So I do think it would be helpful to get rid of the old ill-fitting armor and then bring in what is fresh and sweet and new that helps me feel safe.
What
Helps my
does
child feel safe.
what does help you feeling self today as who you are today? Other than the arm of your man.
When I'm in prayer, when I am when I focus on happy and grateful, trust, you know, I feel safe at home. This recent thing with the mold has not helped with feeling safe at home, but we're getting there again. It's not something I think a lot about. So that obviously needs some reflection.
So, with the whole home thing, because you wasn't safe in your own home,
Original
and
home.
which we work on timelines a lot, which that comes back to it's not the father attacking you, it's the mold attacking you now. So for like Leela's trying to help you find something to help your inner child, so then that way
Adult needs to feel
that
safe too.
it doesn't reattack you.
Yeah,
Makes
I
sense.
agree. Yeah, it does make sense. Totally. It's just I need to deserve to sit with myself for myself, not for everybody else.
So
And journal about this and get in touch with it.
so your cells expect to be attacked.
That's what
Your
they've always
cells,
known.
that's what they've always known. So
It's
what is the
interesting.
opposite? What is the opposite feeling of being attacked? Is not just safe. What else?
Secure. Um, feels trusting, feels like comfort.
What does home feels? What is home to you? What does feeling home? What does make a home to you?
I feel more at home and safe when I'm outside sitting under a tree than I do in a house. That just
Interesting.
came to me, and it's true. I feel safer out in nature in the open where I can see everywhere. Nobody can sneak up on me. And the energy of Gaia feels very much like home to me.
Do you have any plants in your bedroom?
No, I had a cat that got killed last summer because of a spiritual attack, that would eat all the plants and destroy all the plants. So, but she's gone now. So he's gone round rather. So now I should consider that.
Do you do those salt lamps? There's this Himalaya salt rocks. You
Actually,
know those rocks?
we do have some of those.
How about the how do you like water?
Our water here has to be blessed and cleared. It's pretty nasty. We have
No, but the sound.
sand mines all around us, and we have a well. But we're going to be checking into the water system that Katana told us about.
There,
I
there,
bless it.
there's those pyramids that have little fountains where the water comes up and it gives you a nice, calming, relaxing sound, like those water
I have
fountains,
always used white light. I mean, white noise, like a fan or whatever. But I'm sure there's something else that has a higher energy that would be helpful.
like nature sounds. Like
Hmm.
nature sounds with there's nature sounds with underlying calming affirmations you don't hear, but there's this sort of overlaying. You know, you just hear the nature sounds as if you were in the forest, and then there's sort of another layer on this.
I'll
I
explore that, Leila. That's really good. Good thinking. I mean, good insights there.
I remember when I
Because
lived in California, they sold those CDs. Like you could, for if you have issues to sleep, that there's nature sounds and they have sort of affirmations sort of printed on it too. Do you know what
well,
I
in the
mean? I don't know how to
past,
say it. It's on another layer.
in the
You don't
past,
feel.
nature sounds like rain have just annoyed me.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but there may be something else, or maybe
Yeah,
it wouldn't annoy me now.
birds,
It's been quite a while
birds
since
with.
I've tried that. Because
Oh
yeah, that when you ask me, where do I feel most at home? It's not in the house.
no, no.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, because you was in the home when you got
Oh yeah, I
attacked.
never got
So,
abused out in the open
yeah. So here's a question. Was you ever abused in the shower?
as a kid.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't have any memory of that. I don't have any charge about that when I feel it.
Because that could be the reason
I don't think
why
so.
the whole rain, there's something with the water, the
Well, there's been
falling.
many lives of abuse, so I wouldn't doubt that that's in my history and my cell memory.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got a point. Why would that bother me? But it always has. It always has been like made me edgy instead of relaxed when I hear rain.
Well, yeah, because like when Brandon was a little kid, uh, he was terrified of the rain. And we found a lifetime that I was in the angel lifetime that they had tied me to the ground and had bore animals to me. They was trying to make slaves, and I
Mm.
had cried and I melted into earth. I'd melted into Mother Earth, and I cried, which created acid rain, which melted his skin off of him
Ooh.
and everybody else around. So he carried that from that lifetime all the way to this lifetime now. And when he was a little kid, he would freak out if you took him out to the rain.
Oh, yeah.
You've inspired me. I'm going to sit with my soul and journal and ask, what's up with the rain sounds? And is there
Yeah,
something
and you
we
can
need to know about? And
like your inner child or inner children, all of them, they all know the history. Like that deep subconscious back there, it holds all of that information. And I
okay.
can hear Jade's inner child going, "What about me?"
Yeah, we all need healing. And like she said, those kids tend to
Oh,
bounce off of the adults that they're around too. They
no,
Yeah.
reflect
mine
what's
just,
going on in us a lot of
I
times.
haven't spent any quality time as right
With
Yeah.
now.
yourself.
I'm just releasing. But for you, I am gonna create a song. You need to send me your number
Okay.
so you can load it. And
I'll put it in the
because
chat right now.
yeah, I was singing to your while you guys were talking, I was singing to your inner child,
Hmm.
Thank you.
and she responded. She wants more. And so I'll just sit with myself and see the words that come through, and then I'll record it for you and send it to you.
Thank you,
And you just
sweetie.
listen to it at night, would just before, I mean, make it tell your inner child that I love you, we're safe, and we're gonna go to sleep and we're gonna actually rest. And then turn it on and just breathe deep and let yourself go to sleep. She'll
Thank you.
relax with you. You're welcome.
For some reason, chat is not letting me type anything. So I'll get your number from Katana if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, sweetie. I'll have however I could communicate with you. I'll get you my number. Thank you.
No worries.
I wonder why it won't let me.
I don't know. It let me send hearts up. I think the last time that was it. It was like, okay, boom,
It
there it is.
it
Okay.
should.
Okay, now I hit the edit button and now I think it's going to let me. Okay. I have officially decided to embrace changing my name because I've wanted to for years. So it's fine if you guys want to call me Betty, but I'm also going by Alicion, and I'm going to check into even making it legal.
What is it?
So,
Elishon?
Alicion, that's the name of my soul, and I've always resonated with it more than I have the Betty Joe that I was named as a child.
Yeah, I definitely hear Ellie in that. So yeah, you're right. Somebody was not paying attention and gave
My
you
mother
somebody.
named me after my
I know. She gave you
father's
somebody else.
sister's name, somebody I never even met.
Yeah, she gave you somebody else's name, and that's
She
not your
did. That's it
entity.
exactly, Jade. That's it. I never did resonate to it. And I had a teacher in fifth grade who insisted on calling me Elizabeth, thinking that Betty was short for Elizabeth. And I didn't even give her any mind at all. So I'd get in trouble. My mom finally had to go tell her name is not Elizabeth. But yeah,
That's
another
perplexing.
example of somebody else's name.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep,
got a
I feel
girl
that.
that um I I'm supposed to meet with. Her name is Priscilla, but every time I go to talk to her, I hear Patricia, and she goes, "That's not my name." I'm like, "But it's resonating really hard." So I asked, like, what time period was that her name? And it shows me her in a past life. And I worked with one lady here in Waback that she's a school teacher, and her name is a total different name. And until we worked on that past life, every time I seen her, I would be calling her by this past name. And she goes, "You know what? People get okay, people get rid, my name wrong all the time." She goes, "But for some reason, I don't have a problem you call me that name. And I can't even remember the name anymore because we dealt with it. It was a past life on a whole nother planet that she had. And in my head, I'm telling myself, you're not saying her name right. And she would never fix it, right? She'd never change it. And she was like, oh, it's okay, it's Katana.
Yeah, I actually the protest that I got from my dad as I was named, he put two names together from two great aunts of his. And I was like, okay, that's cool. And I love Jolyn. I do. I love the name Jolyn. But right now, it's like I needed to put that in a shell and protect it because that was my inner child's name. And every time it was heard, it was like reliving traumas every time somebody spoke my name.
Mm.
I was scared.
Well, what I'm seeing from both of you is like when what when they bring that name from that other person, they're not just bringing the name, they're bringing the trauma and
The
the hurt
energy from
and the
it, yeah.
pain too, and bringing it forth. But people don't understand what they do wrong, right? They don't understand when they do it. And I did it to my oldest kid because his family wanted his name to be after his dad and his grandfather. And talk about he's roller coasting through life, because his grandfather was a very kind, good man, but yet a
Mhm.
player and liked his sexual side, and he would always go out to the strip clubs. And then the father was lazy and taking advantage of and all that. So my oldest sons had to try to come through both of those names and find
Yeah.
himself.
And the numerology of all of those names too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You know what's crazy though? Because as like I said, I think I told you when I was little at school, around my table with my school classmates, and the subject came up of what were you going to name your children? And I was like, Aja and Aaliyah. And I knew I was going to have Aja and Aaliyah, but I did not know I was going to have a son. And I didn't know I was going to have the last daughter. And I was like, well, what about the last daughter? I didn't name her. Her father named her Adriana.
That's beautiful.
Right. It is beautiful, but
But
I wanted to name her
do you hear
Sabina,
the,
little beanie
That's what
baby.
you were drawn to.
Yeah. I was like Sabina Rochelle Ahilani Swartz. That's what I was
Oh,
gonna name her.
that's nice too.
Yeah, but her father won. He's like, this one's mine. And I'm like, "Oh, fine, whatever, you know. But obviously God had intended for him to give her her name. And so I was like, okay. And I never thought I was gonna have a son. And boom, there he is. And I remember a young man that I went to school with, and he seemed to be able to phase into any crowd. Everybody loved him, and his name was Nigel. And so I named my son Nigel, which he turned around and he was like, you had to name me Nigel. Everybody calls me Nigel Thornberry now. It's from a cartoon animated series called The
Okay.
Thornberries. And I was like, nope, that wasn't it, because that wasn't around when I was younger. But yeah, so it's important that we listen for the names before we give them, because we give them. It's like my
It
brother,
is.
Edwin Delaney the fifth or the fourth. It's like you pass down the energy. And my great grandfather, he was a very beautiful Native American and African man. he was tall and formidable. I mean, even at 92, he was 6'5".
Was he from
He was-
Africa? Like more recently, or
no,
been
my
in
great
Europe?
grandfather, his family came here as slaves.
I've just noticed so many people with that lineage, they actually are naturally quite muscular, even when they're older.
Mm. Well, he was a farmer, which helped
Well, that would
because
help, you bet.
he stayed in shape, but he was also, you definitely could see the indigenous American in him, and it was powerful. I was like, woof. When you looked into his eyes, you just knew he had a lot of power and a lot of understanding. And I could tell the last time I seen him that he was just about ready to leave the world. But I loved sitting down with him, and he was really kind to me. My dad will tell a different story, but he was really kind to me. So
That happens sometimes.
yeah, it
My
only
my
does.
grandparents could be much kinder to me than they were their own kids.
Yeah,
They had way
truth.
too much pressure on them with their own kids, but with me, it
Mhm.
seemed like they could relax and they could let their hair down and be more loving.
Right.
That's
That's why I
that
keep
might
trying
be
to tell. That's why I tell my daughter, I'm like, look, my
that might be
role
the
is the
solution.
grandparent, and I get to have fun with you guys. I
That's the way
don't
it should
want to
be.
be the disciplinarian. I
That's
don't
right.
want to be to raise her. I want her to learn from my childlike self and have fun. And that's what, when she sees me, that she's like, okay, Gigi, let's do this. And I let her have some fun, but I have to be the disciplinarian, and I do not like it. I
Yeah, we
hate
got to
it.
have some structure, but
Yeah, but no, I mean, because, well, her whole situation is kind of, right now, everything's up in the air,
okay.
and you can tell it's wearing on her. But, she'll say, let's go to the pool. And I'm like, I've had enough chlorine today. So let's just talk and play, and we can play cards or whatever. I got her a little game. I need to sit down and play with her.
You're
But yeah,
blessed to have children in your life.
indeed. And I'm grateful because I mean, I would have accepted more in a heartbeat. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought about it. I would have accepted a lot more.
Well, you
Because
kind of do right now, because you're right.
no, I right
You
now,
got the bus.
the children that I'm with, I mean, I'd say all the intermediate, and these are the ones that destroyed their bathroom.
Maybe you
They've
could help
got,
them learn how to return to sender with love. And, you keep it general, like, oh, there's a lot of energy on the planet today. And if you're ever around, people that make you uncomfortable, or you notice you start feeling like you're angry or whatever, sometimes it's not all yours. You can just say, I return to sender all energies from others with love.
yeah, I kind of get the feeling that they don't want, and I do not want to be, because I told them, I said, it makes me sad to have to write anybody up. I said, I don't want to keep projecting all that negativity. I said, so it makes me sad when you do something and I have to write you up. I don't want to do it. But I think they responded when they saw me the first time. They saw my inner child, and they're like, she's cool. I got this. She's cool. She's all right. And then I had to be the discipliner because, we're on a moving vehicle, and I have rules that I have to follow. So it, this job does not align with anything I believe in right now. It just doesn't. It's too parochial. It's too
What
constrictive. It doesn't allow for them to express themselves. It doesn't. It's just like, it's like they're miniature Trumps. And that's sad to say, that Trump is like a middle school child
why
who's
don't
angry about everything and wanting to control everything and not allow themselves just to be happy.
well what
I was,
about doing
oof.
a song? Like
Well,
doing a song with them. Like
no, what I
um
want to do with them is do what I had intended to do from the very beginning, is to create a space where they can come and understand that who they really are is the greatest thing and the greatest gift to
It could be part
humanity.
of
Well,
it.
then you could still do that on the bus.
No, I don't have
And
time for that. I don't really don't have time for that. That's why I had left school bus, but I didn't make that leap into creating a nonprofit and a foundation that would be a foundation for them to be themselves and to release all that stuff that, that came from their parents and what's happening in this life and all the stress that is being put on top of them, just to be able to ground and just be themselves, whoever that is, explore that, you know, but
well,
I can't do that on the bus. I can't say, hey, let's take off your shoes. Let's put our feet in the grass. Let's reach our hands up into the sky. Let's put our palms into the air and surrender what doesn't belong. I can't do that with them.
No, but you could
I'm a
sing
bus
to
driver.
yourselves, and that energy
Oh
would
yeah, I
affect
can do it for
them
myself. Yeah. But they really
well,
with
what
do.
I'm
intent for it to
They
seeing,
help
need
them.
that space. They
what
need that
I'm,
space in nature, away from cell phones, away from video games, away from all of
but
that. And that's what they
What do you?
bring onto the bus. So we
okay,
Okay.
don't
but
have that opportunity.
What do you see in Katana?
what I'm seeing is exactly what me and Brandon used to do when he was a kid. Even if we didn't have that space, because one person told Brandon that he used his imagination too much. And
Mhm.
she would tell me, why don't you make him not use his imagination? I'm like, why would I do that? Why would I take his imagination away?
Watch his imagination.
So,
Yeah.
well, the thing, let's hang on. So the when they come on the bus, today, as we're going home, we're gonna try something new. And when you sit down in your seat, I want you to use your imagination to um to you're actually setting down on earth. You don't have to have the physical thing, because the mind does not know a story from reality. And so you could say, oh, this is imagination time, and you're walking on the bus, but really you're walking up the stairs to the sand, or you're walking up to the sand, you're walking down the aisle to your seat that is grass. It doesn't have to be physical, because it doesn't matter, because like they said, the mind doesn't know a real reality from a story. So if you create that with them, and if they tell you, oh, whatever, Jade, just say, why not try it? Because that's what I do with the 4 kids that came here that is like corruptive. And I got the idea of helping 2 parents out a few times a week, and it teaches Chris how to be a father at the same time,
Good
because he
practice.
wants
Yeah.
to. He's getting the practice, right?
Mhm.
So the other day, I was actually Friday when the kids was coming. Chris opened the door and I said, the kids are coming. And Betty was in session with me. He goes, but I have so much to do, I can't. And
We're
I
like,
said,
so.
Take them with you.
exactly. And that's what the whole thing is. I said, it doesn't matter, because if you, and this is going to help you, Jade, to start what you're going to do, because it's not about getting, like, you're waiting to get all this stuff, but you've been waiting to get this stuff for a while. So how I just started it, like, I only had $10 to my name, I just started it.
Yeah,
It didn't
the only
matter.
difference is I'm actually physically driving a bus and my focus has to be on
I understand
that's
that.
why,
But
yeah,
before and
it's
after, your focus is important as well.
Yeah.
yeah, so that's why I like I said, that's why I left school bus driving, because it did not allow me the time to work with them because they'd be calling out, they'd be screaming out, and I'd be like, look, I can't have an accident because then I have to explain to your parents.
Well, that's the
I'm
whole
just getting,
thing.
there are ways for you to work with your driving job though, to where you can still influence them and have a good suggestions. Just be
Yeah.
allowing for it to come to you, what you
Okay.
can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I'll
I
allow.
can't.
That's ridiculous. Not me. No.
My father used to say, "Can't didn't get shit done, and trying didn't get out of the corner."
Yeah, doesn't do
Because
anything.
we stay in that when we say we can't, then we stay in that mode and we find all the blocks why we can't. Because even when I'm driving, I've done sessions as I'm driving down the road, driving, and I'm watching the road, but in my mind, I'm seeing all of this stuff happening in the session, and like Brandon and Chris is in the car, and everybody's asking questions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Leela, I feel like Leela has something to say.
No, it's just connections even to Betty's story. Like, well, when you were talking, you were like having the children experiencing an adventure the moment they step into this bus, as you were talking about. You can even play some sounds like with birds twittering or just something like,
Well,
oh my god,
that's
okay.
the difference. I have high school and intermediate. So
Oh,
what
okay.
works on my little kids, little kids, it's because they want to join in.
Open. Hmm.
Teenagers, on the other hand, or those preteens,
They
are
roll
not
their
there.
eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They're
but
not
intention
interested.
and energy could help. I just know there's something that you'll
There's
get.
all there's something I used to do when I was very, very nervous. There's this beads, they're called hemnisync. They help to unite both brains half, and it really calms you down and
Well,
grounds you.
for me, it's difficult because these kids have cell phones and everything else. They have everything
Okay.
else going on. So it's hard to
Yeah.
pull them
Okay.
Background though.
out of there. But I can visualize that. And because I noticed, like I said, when I shifted my energy because I was upset because I was like, you know what, I really care about you guys, but you guys are torturing me,
Mm.
leaving food on my bus and just, being unruly because you want the attention. And I said, I don't want to give you that kind of attention. That kind of attention makes me sad because I don't want that energy being put out there.
What,
And
what,
so when I shifted my energy and I just, kind of let it go, let it slide, as long as it wasn't to the point where it could be dangerous, they all
at the
calmed
big
down because I wasn't yelling, I wasn't talking to them constantly, which is, I'm pretty sure that's, what they get from school, that's what they get from their parents, and they need a space where they can, be a little bit crazy, but be disconnected from that energy, be disconnected from their phones, which all these freaking kids have smartphones. That was my big issue because everybody was taking videos of me. And I was like, what the hell? Um, the
Have you ever
more
tried
you,
programming the entrance to the bus to
Yeah.
be cleansing?
no, I've never tried that. And
Yeah.
maybe I should because that
Wouldn't
could
hurt.
shift. I used the sage on the bus and a lot of kids they were smelling it and then some were coughing and I was like, it must be working. They're coughing
but,
up that bullshit.
but
And they were much calmer, but I think I do need a ritual and routine to cleanse my bus and make the energy more
Or they're
palpable.
walking through a
Yeah.
transmutation chamber when they come up the stairs.
So they
Yeah,
know that they're loved
Leela's
because they
got something
see
here.
me and they're
Leela
like,
has.
yeah.
"You're spiritual, you're cool, and I'm like, and then I have to be this person. And my supervisor goes, hey, you probably just need to lighten up a little bit. And I'm like, what should I lighten up on? The fact that they get up and they walk and change seats while the bus is moving. you
That
you tell me what I can do. That way I know it came straight from the horse's mouth. And if anything happens, well, that responsibility will fall on you. I said, I care about them, but I'm not crazy and I'm not stupid.
Okay, but Leela has something for you.
Yes,
Okay.
because she has not
Stop
been there since
bluffing.
when we started off this medicine wheel today. We had started about blessings. Remember, we were saying like we bless the dinner or the food before we eat, and then
Yeah,
I
yes.
had asked Betty, can you also bless people when you're afraid of conversations or conflicts? Remember? It was
No, I
before
wasn't there
today.
at the
Then
beginning. I wasn't there at the beginning. I just popped
yeah,
in
that's
when we
why.
were.
Yeah,
No,
that's
wait,
exactly.
so that's why she's telling you.
Yeah,
Oh, okay,
that's why
okay.
I'm telling you. It's like when every single student comes in, if you bless the student when they come in, and you just sort of put them like
Quick.
some wings on and just put them some light on, and then I think in the end when it's all full, the entire energy has shifted.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one who comes in will be blessed, and when they leave again, when they come in and when they leave.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can set that up.
It can work. It can
You
work.
can, I mean, you can
I just,
try. It's
you know
not gonna
what?
hurt
At
them.
this point, I just threw it up in the sky. But I looked at them and I said, "Look," I was like, "I have to do my job, so I don't want you to take this personal. Like it's a personal attack on you. No, it's just to keep you safe because you
Because
obviously can hurt yourself and you just don't know about it yet. So
I
I keep you safe."
I asked Katana actually. That was the question I had asked. If you can actually bless people in the bus. Remember that at the beginning?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep,
you
I
can bless
believe
people
you
in the car.
can.
Mm.
Yep, I believe you can.
So maybe
I don't
that could
accept
change
that
some.
impossibility. Hmm.
So this is what we was talking about right here.
Yeah.
Mm. We was talking about how words hurt, words pain
Oh my
can
God. Yeah. Well, no, I just
change.
part of me is that teenager, that rebellious teenager that's pissed off about everything. I just woke up and I'm just pissed off. Um,
Well, yeah, because
Well,
the like this Easter Sunday, there was a lot of people that came. We had 20 people, but there
mhm.
was two people in the whole group that was really, or three, was really, really bad about negativity. And as the picture is showing here, it's what they was speaking. And it's their hatred, their curses, their pain, their sorrow. So you don't know what's happening with that child before it leaves home, of what it's going
No, yeah,
through before it gets on your bus. And uh and the thing what we was talking about this morning was about blessing the child, blessing the child in, because our words are spells and we speak with care or carry the weight of what you cast, right? And you are the creator, so you're the creator of your bus. We understand the whole safety thing. We understand that. But remove all the blocks, remove all the things, because Creator put you back here for a reason. Because it's not waiting, because we can always wait. And I could still be waiting from the 6 years from the first time I started this. I
you're
could still
right.
be in my waiting mode. But
Hmm.
Creator put you there for a reason. Like Creator put me in the middle of nowhere in Nebraska for a big reason. And to understand what they're saying. So imagine that they're coming into your space when you open that door for them, that nothing that's not
Yeah.
serving them cannot come on that bus. And I know you can do it. I know you can create a fire shield where it burns everything off of them. And if
Yeah, I
one is
can.
having problems getting on your bus, that's because whatever it's carrying, whatever's with it, don't want to go through that firewall. Then what you need
Hmm.
to do is state that you bless that child, or even like Leela said, I am blessing you. Because I've done it on RTD in Denver, and I've had evil look me straight in the face. I have been in trips to New York and be on the bus with all the religions, every religion that you possibly could have on the Greyhound bus. I was with them. And as the devil was speaking and spewing its evil, all of them bowed their head, not to pray, but not to be seen to do anything about it. And the only one that stood up was me. And I called it out and I said, I see who you are and I understand who you are, and you're in pain. I get it. You need to leave this child alone. And it wasn't a child, it was a 57-year-old adult. But as we are children, and our inner children are children, we all need that assistance. We all need that help and to understand that. And
Yep.
to be willing to only speak what you're willing to live, and you want to live in love. So, and I know it's a lot for you, but for you to move forward, because Creator has you here, there's a reason why you was brought back here once again.
Oh yeah, I was like, wait a minute, I'm looking at my mirrors because I'm an angry little girl. That's slightly disobedient. Not just slightly disobedient. I have slid because I held on to stuff that I shouldn't be holding on to. And the
Yeah, so
Libra
burn
moon
down,
is nasty.
got to burn down the roadblocks.
Yes,
Because
indeed.
while you was talking, all I see is block, block, block. Oh God damn it, another block. Ah, I can't do this. This is too much, God. But why did Creator put you there? Why did the universe go, Jade, guess where you're going to be once again?
In a place that I was like, no, not again.
Yeah, the place you didn't want to really go. But
Uh-uh.
how many times are you going to rinse and repeat?
I'm done. That's what I said, is like, pay attention, girl. Cause that's, like I said, I haven't cleaned my room. I got clothes on my bed. I got stuff that when I walked into the space, I, just had bedspread, pillows, my little tablet. That's it. And now I have a ton of stuff that is just accumulated on my bed and then around me. And so I was like, what are you trying to duck, dodge, and duck and avoid?
Exactly.
And part of it is, growing up and being responsible. Because it's like, it's hard to be responsible, not for, I mean, it's easy for me to be responsible for other people, but it wasn't easy to be responsible for me.
So
It's easy for
Yeah,
me
well, I
to
relate to
take
that.
care of other people and take out my sword and go, who's ready? Who wants to take me on? I'll protect them. They don't know how to protect themselves. I'll protect them. And it's like, but Jay, don't you want to protect yourself?
that's
Yeah,
it.
kinda. Yeah, I do. But at the same
Begin
time,
to
I need
do
to
it.
live again because I haven't been living, and that's the real heartbreaker right there. Is I have not been living. I ran into my other friend yesterday, and her name is Jade also. And
Huh.
she's like, look, we're over here watching a movie. You want to come over here and watch it with us? And I was like, no, I'm just tired. I have to get up early in the morning, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, okay, no problem. And so I went home, but it's like the child in me was like, yeah, let's go sit down by them and laugh at the movie and just have fun. I've been in
And you
serious mode.
disappointed your own inner child saying
Exactly.
no.
Because I'm just like,
But if you
yeah.
would have went there, you would have had more energy.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee it. Guaranteed. You would have had more energy because your child's like, Jane,
Yeah,
Oh,
so taking
and
responsibility for
Betty's
my
inner
own,
child's the same way. Like
taking
she's
responsibility
so
for my
much
own
in
happiness and my
fear.
own care
Yeah, there's so
is
much fear that
around that.
you can be exhausted.
Yes. Yes, that's where I'm at.
Mm,
Hubris moment.
yeah. So the thing is, okay, so what I've been doing for my inner child, I'm like, what do you want to do tonight? Last night it was about eating sherbet. Sherbet probably isn't the
Ooh.
best thing for me, but I ate a half a container, and Chris is looking at me like, "You're gonna eat the whole thing?" I'm like, "Yes, I am. I'm just don't just leave me alone." Because I was having fun. I was eating the sherbet, and then I was like, "Okay, I'm ready for bed now. I'm going to sleep." And it doesn't. That's what Leela was trying to get with Betty. Is it's not Betty, it's your inner child. Like the dog's like, what about me, mom?
Yeah. Yeah, I need that. I need the number and or you need my number or whatever, like so we can exchange this. So yeah, I do
Oh,
not forget
I
that
did
because
get
that
mine
would
in the chat
actually
for
make
you,
me
honey.
that
Yeah,
would
she did.
actually make me happy to sing because they're like, your singing is gonna make people so happy. And I'm like, oh, okay, if you say so. All right. But I'm still, because that's part of my taking responsibility for myself is, to do the things that do make me happy and to take care of myself with that energy. Because I
Yeah,
send out
because
energy and the energy returns back to me. So I was like,
yeah,
okay.
because our inner children love to sing. Okay,
Yes,
so
they do.
it's like mine. All right. So it doesn't matter if you. So let's try it here. It doesn't matter if you can't carry a tune. It doesn't matter anything. So I'm gonna start, and then whatever comes out of you, bring it out. All of our inner children now.
All at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, all the same
Okay.
time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the same thing.
Okay,
Something
and
different.
I'm gonna give you the heads up because when she said that, I heard pup 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 poker face pup pup poker face. I'm like, uh-oh. No
Not
poker face.
me.
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. I just called myself out.
Allow,
So,
allow, allow.
yeah.
I,
And life
Unde kia tua,
brings joy
te la
to the party
ai,
tonight.
te kia tanto ea, umpe
Yeah, my
wu
own beat in there.
ea.
Sing it loud, sing it proud. I'm 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 a rainbow and I'm proud.
Leela,
Sing, 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 sing.
Allow, my dear.
Oh, sorry.
Joyful
Sing
noise counts.
a song.
your inner child, come on.
To last your whole life long. Don't matter if it's not good enough for anybody else to hear. Just sing your song. La 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 la. La 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 la.
See how we changed the energy right there?
La 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 la.
yeah, the lot changed. The lot changed.
Kitty. Oh, the big
Yeah.
puppy. It's a puppy dog.
That puppy
Hi,
can
dear
sing.
puppy.
Huskies like to
Oh.
They,
sing.
they shouldn't sing because the house has people.
Oh,
It's
at the
very
time of day it is there. Oh,
the
yeah.
walls are very very thin. So
Yes.
the dogs should not
Okay,
It
don't sing,
penetrates.
baby. Don't sing. You can just smile at us, okay, and inspire us. La 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 la.
It doesn't look Betty swinging back and forth. Her and
But
their child's like very happy right now.
the
Right
energy has
on.
completely changed. I think Jay should sing in that bus. Everybody would sing along.
I think so too. That's what I'm
I mean,
telling.
that could
Plus,
be a
I've got an image of me having my 70-pound dog sleep with me, even if it's just etherically to protect me.
Right. You got
He
it.
loves to protect.
Oh, Betty, I would have more suggestions to make.
All right. I'll receive.
Yeah, but for a while, a while
Okay.
ago. But it's, for the sleeping part, it's like on all. Stop it, please. On on all senses, like do you have a scent you like, a nature scent, like pine tree or
Yep.
ilang ilang, or it's for
Flowers.
Cedar,
I
the
love flowers
spruce.
and honeysuckle.
yeah for the smelling, right?
Hmm.
And then you have the teddy bear to touch. Maybe you have a song. Maybe you have Jade's song to listen to at night for
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
ears, right? So you have like a holistic thing. You use all senses. Maybe you drink a glass of, I don't know, milk and honey, whatever you feels good
Whatever.
for you.
Hmm.
Yeah, like on all layers, like a ritual, and you use all your senses. Or maybe with your eyes. Do you know there's this glasses like with the red glass with like a red. How do you say that in English?
Red
You have
tent.
red glasses on it that helps you to relax. They have them in all kind of colors, but the
Oh, yeah,
red
we've
ones
got
are really
several.
not Shoba. Now he really wants to be in the
Dude,
picture.
Oh, that's right.
yeah, because he's like, I got
Your
something to tell you
put
too.
your rose-colored glasses on and party on.
Yes, the red
Mhm.
one, because there's red and yellow. Yellow for the morning to focus, and the red for the night to relax. There's the two
Yeah,
colors
it gets rid
actually.
of the blue light and
Yeah.
I can't
So
find my blue ones.
you keep you work on all your senses, your
that's a good
sight,
idea.
your taste, your nose. What is that smelling? You touch, and then you drink something, and you're listening. All the senses. It's a holistic thing. So then your cells can finally understand what it means. Not just your mind. Your entire body comes along. Lashy. Do you know what
He's
I mean?
like, you're not going to listen
Mhm.
to
Yeah.
me, so I'll stick my behind it.
He's so active
I
today.
think he's part cat.
No,
Feel
that's
Like,
a
like
great idea.
I'll stick my butt in your face.
yeah,
Hey,
right.
look, Jade's got her glasses on there.
She got it. Yeah. So
Well, and something in there, I sense creator as part of my safety ritual because the last advice I got last week was to, instead of watching TV to get sleepy, was to go to get in my bed and read my Course in Miracles book. Well, that's Jesus right there talking to me, and that's a direct connection to creator too. So it
Okay.
doesn't have to be that. I think that's part of it though, is just connecting to divine before bed.
But the other
I just
thing is, the
Divine
other thing
mother,
is
maybe.
that you might subconsciously, which I figured out down the road, was if you were abused sexually by a man and it was the man that you were supposed to trust, it does make it harder to trust Jesus.
Oh,
yeah,
I've been through
Because
that. Yeah, I've worked
yeah,
through that for several years, actually. Hmm.
yeah.
but that
I did.
also has you said about the names, like Jay, right? About the names. What name did your dad call you?
My dad named me Jolene.
No,
Jolene.
Betty has issues to sleep, right? Betty?
Oh, Betty.
Oh,
Oh,
Alicia?
he
Alicia?
Ellie? Oh, Ellie.
what did
Okay,
he
I'm so
call
sorry.
me?
What did your dad call you?
What did he call me? Betty Joe, or Betty, or girl, or get your ass over here. Yeah, there weren't any endearments on his part.
So
I'll have
Oh,
to
maybe
think about that.
that's maybe even a good idea to change that name,
Remember.
because then you
Mm.
can create the new safe person. Because I didn't want to interrupt, but I grew up with two names, and both of them have different personalities.
Mm-hmm.
One of the names that I was baptized
Mm.
with, I've not heard until I was 7 years old. When I got to school, all of a sudden they called me the other name, which I had never no relations to. But everything rational is that name, and everything emotional, soul based is Lila. That's my first. That's the name was a result because my sister couldn't say the other name. So it's like
Well, I can tell you right
that.
now, Betty and Betty Joe was tied to discipline and being in trouble.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
love was tied to my mom or my grandma calling me Betsy or JoJo. I never
Jojo.
heard an endearment out of that man that I ever remembered. But there may have been times I'll have to, maybe I should talk to my brother. He has a great memory. He's
So
tortured with it.
so I had my full name was Cornelia Lila Beck, and I changed it 15 years ago to Lila Beck, like to have that name that I feel it's my soul, to be that one name that I want to be called. And ever since then, I'm not switching between two personalities anymore. Because I used to switch between this or that. It was almost a bipolar situation.
Well,
So
we
it's
are
a bit.
slightly bipolar, but
No, but as a situation when you have two names, two personalities,
Right.
like
oh
depending
yeah.
who calls
It
you.
is kind of bipolar in that it's one or the other.
Yeah, it's like the name. The name is a theme. I always say the name is a theme. So the Cornelia means the strong one, and trust me, I have enough. I had enough reasons that my life got in like to prove that I'm strong, because that was the name my dad gave me. Lila was the name my sister gave me. And my brother's name, for instance, is Felix. It means the happy one. And guess what? His life has been really easy for him. So names are really important, as you said. You said names are important. You have to think ahead. What does that mean? And what is this? It's almost like a title of a book, and then the
Yes,
story goes accordingly. So I think it
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. So in that sense, you could
that's
actually
the truth.
change it. You can change it.
That's true.
You just change the
But that's,
chapter.
also cracks me up because see,
Idea.
my name, Joe and Lynn mean hope in Hebrew.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So when the lady looked at me one day and she said, "I'm gonna give you this because you look like hope," I was like,
That's a
"Yeah,
beautiful thing.
It's
it is a
almost like
beautiful
the
thing."
strong one is also could be beautiful, but could also be a reason to be strong in your life, giving enough reasons to show that you're actually strong. It's not a privilege. It's not rewarding in any sense. I was just saying that you might, this is maybe a holistic healing, that you might want to give yourself another name that you feel more home with, that feels
Mm,
Well, I'm
home.
changing my
Because
legal name to Alicion overall. It doesn't have any of those old connotations. And the numerology is better for a lot of reasons.
But if home was not a safe place and you've been called a name in that home,
That's a good
right?
point.
You want to have a new home that makes you feeling safe and get that other name to it. And
That's a
yeah,
good idea.
as you already wanted to change it, I mean, if you weren't want to changing, I would not suggest it, right? I mean, that's very personal.
I'm ready.
well,
Right?
I changed mine, but I acronymed my birth name. So Jolyn Antoinette Delaney, and I used the
Yeah.
E from Delaney, so I ended up with Jade.
I
So
like it.
my dad was mad at me because he's like, "You changed your name," and I'm like, "No, not
Feels
really."
rejected.
Yeah, and I'm
I
like, "No, it's still there."
I
My,
remember my dad asking me, "What are you?" Because I changed my name, my birth name many years ago. Me and my friend both was sexually molested, so um we we changed hers and mine out in the middle of the road. And then when I met Jade, and she goes, "Don't you realize who you're announcing? Like, when you announce in language, you're not announcing your name, you're announcing Katana." So Katana is who I am, and that's my strength. And I feel like I've been Katana in many lifetimes.
Yeah, and it was kind of crazy because it's like when she said Alicia, I'm like, "That's not you."
The
Yeah.
same with me. Yes. They always say, Cornelia, that's not you. And now I use the Cornelia name for government, banks, doctors. Like that's my protection shield, so they cannot get close. And Lila is the
Right.
name my sister gave me because she was 1.5 years old. She couldn't say that name correctly. So what came out of her mouth was that, and that stayed. And that was my
And
name
it
until
worked.
I got to school. I never heard the other name until I was 7 years old. And then that's why my personality kind of was based on that name anyway. I
Mhm.
just made it legal now. Like this is the official one. And
Yeah, and ladies, changing your name because they're trying to change the law for you to vote here. If your birth certificate does not match your,
I got to find out what to do.
yeah, you have to. Well, it only costs like think over here it costs $100 unless you're getting divorced, and then it's
Oh,
just
that's not
included.
bad. Yeah,
Yeah,
divorce is free
yeah,
in that respect anyway.
yeah. So when I changed mine, they were like, "Oh, okay, we'll just add that in there." But I haven't. I've changed it on my ID, my social security,
yeah,
but I haven't changed it on my birth certificate yet,
you
which
have
makes me wonder why I'm still hanging on to it. And maybe my name will revert back to Jolene, but that will be my name.
Well,
That is
because they would
my.
sell, they sell off your birth certificate when it's created. And
Yeah,
that, that's probably the reason. And I still like when I have to do anything legal, it's with my birth name. It's not with, you know,
your spiritual
Katana.
name.
yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
And, what was it? Mitch told me one day, he goes, well, because Katana knows everything. And I'm like, man, it's kind of like he knows I have a different part of me, right? Because
Wait a minute, Katana. I think he knows.
I know, that's what my inner child's like. Did I ever
And
say
that's we,
anything?
we were talking about that because my spiritual name, my guides, and they gave me Uhane Mauna Kea Kekoa Ali'i,
Oh wow.
which means the happy, strong mountain spirit. And I was like, okay, because I built my house on the rock on the mountain. So but I was like, I'm not gonna illegally change my name to that. That is my spiritual name. And of course it'll be those who know me, who get and share that space with me that will share that name.
Yeah.
I went to
Yeah.
court and they're like, AKA, and I'm like, oh God,
I
so
don't, I know they make it sound so horrible.
no,
Like
I was
you
like,
got
what?
AKA this name, AKA's name, because
Well,
Running
yeah,
Wolf was given to me in Colorado. I
right,
I I was living, just me and my son was living in an apartment, and a medicine man teacher came along and just happened to be on the same bus I was on that day. And he told me everything that I was going to court that day for was going to work out. And I'm like, you have no idea what's going on in my life. And it was crazy because after court he showed up again. But he had brought, after he had kept insisting to show up in my life. So he came one day to my apartment and brought the native tribe, the women's council of the native tribe, to my apartment. And I walk in and he's in my apartment.
Oh my gosh.
And I walk in and these women are sitting there and he goes, you're they're here to honor you with a name today. And I was like, wow, okay. And that's how I got Running Wolf. And
Wow.
so my father, before he passed away when I came up here 6 years ago, he's like, well, who the hell are you? Because you was given this name at birth, you're using this name and you got this name, and then you have Running Wolf. So who are you? I'm like, I'm everything.
Mm.
And
Everything could
so
be.
instead of trying to throw one out, I'm working on my child self that didn't like saying her name. And that's the whole thing, Betty. I had a lady, ask me, so what name do you like? And I was like, I don't know. I kind of like this one. And she's like, well, state it. So I want you to state your name, your birth name.
Betty Jo Howell was my birth name.
Okay, now state your other name, your spiritual name.
Alician Clark. Alician is the main name. And my
Okay,
soul name's nickname is evidently Alicia.
okay. Does any of you ladies feel the difference in the vibration?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a huge difference.
There's a huge, because the heart hurts when she's saying Betty, right? Because that part of her is hurt.
Yes.
And so whenever you're hearing Betty, it keeps bringing trauma back to you.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You call it in.
That makes
Yep.
sense.
It makes sense. It makes lots of sense. Oh, was it last week, Friday? Or was it Thursday? Or Wednesday or Thursday? They had when I park at the high school, King Kaulike, it's near the Hawaiian department. And so they're doing chants and everything else. And the teacher was the kumu, which is Hawaiian for teacher. He was chanting, and it brought tears to my eyes. My heart chakra just opened up. And I was like, I really do need to talk to that person. Although, Hawaiians, it just kind of, because they took their language away from them and everything. So they're kind of what we say is haut or a hai maka maka when it comes to their language and everything else.
They're very
And I'm like,
protective.
it's prideful. It's prideful and it's
The
protective.
first word I got was guarded. They're guarded about their
Guarded.
language.
Exactly. And I was like, but you don't understand. My soul has been here before.
Mhm.
And I mean, we have the May Day parade, and the May Day parade, what they do is they take, because each island had their own king and queen.
Okay.
And so the May Day procession, you have, they dress up people as the kings and queens of each island.
Okay.
And the last time I saw the May Day parade, I could not stop crying.
Oh,
It was so overwhelming. It was like a memory of what it was. What used to be here. And so I connect with the last monarch. She was the 8th monarch of Hawaii. And her name was Queen Liliuokalani. And she was a very strong woman, very strong. And the fact that she had to give up her reign to the United States, or they were going to kill the people here, all of her people. So she let them
impossible
imprison her.
position.
Yeah, in order to save her people, she allowed them to imprison her and depose her. And that had to hurt like no other, to have somebody else come in and rule over your lands, your people. And the people is like, they went from being, they were living off the land, they lived together as communities, and they took care of each other, ohana, from island to island. And all of a sudden, they're being told, you have to pay for this. Well, what is that? What is money? Why do we have to dress in these clothes?
There's a lot of
You know,
trauma in that land there. There's a big
it's a
imprint of
lot of
grief.
trauma. Oh, you have no idea. Because when I start speaking to them, they're like, and they're just like, they get angry, like you're trying to steal something from me. And I'm like, no, girl, I already had that. I feel your pain. I understand your pain. So, yeah, I get that, that warrior thing. And I was like, I keep hearing that I need to create a chant, and I need to do it for my
To bring
kids.
balance.
On on my
Because you're a
Equilibrium.
child.
on my bus, I need to do a chant for them.
Yes.
What they call it, a ole, for them. So they
Mhm.
understand because in the Oles or
Yeah,
in
it's
the
generational too.
yeah, oh God, you have no idea. When I look at them, I'm like, there's a butt world of pain, buttload of pain. And I'm
Mm.
like, okay, well, you know what? I was never a slave. My blood tells me that it happened because I was traumatized by it, but I was never a slave. I never got beat, by master or
You're
anything.
correct. Yes.
So you, you, you didn't know that life. I'm pretty sure your grandparents, your great grandparents, they pass it down the line to tell you the history, but they haven't
It's
released the
in the
pains.
cells.
Yeah, they haven't well, no, they speak it too, because
Yeah.
when you do a chant, the chants were like when they met strangers, when they met new people, you'd start off with your family lineage. And so the chant would start with your family lineage, and then it would go into the history of that, and then it would speak of whatever they represent. And, it can seem almost violent when they're doing it. The one guy did it for us, and I was like, whoa, I can understand why the Europeans were like, I'm not sure if we should take our guns out or what are they saying? You know, because they didn't understand it. But the Hawaiian language is, oh, it's similar to the Native American. It is the word of life. It is the word of love. It is God's language, that and the vibration that it carries. But that's why I needed to, so I can bridge the gap, because they think I don't understand. And I'm like, jeepers, I lived it like so many years ago. So I do understand it. I understand your pain, but I mean, in this lifetime, I'm not going through that. I haven't lived that. So
Land is
I'm just
saturated with all that
trying,
pain and trauma.
yeah, I'm trying not to carry that in, but it does. I mean, I feel the love in my heart that comes out as Queen Liliuokalani was her when her soul was split. I was, lucky enough to get some of that. And like I said, when I hear chants, there's certain songs that I know that she leaned to. I can't stop crying.
It's the grief that's where you are. It's
Yeah.
saturated with grief.
Well, no, it's I just remember, and there's a lot of love in the language itself. I mean, just a lot of love. I mean, when you say aloha, alo is the celebration and the
All
sharing
tinged with the
of,
grief.
and ha is the breath of life. So
It's all tinged with
so
loss, that
yes,
language.
yeah. Well, their language was taken away from them. They weren't allowed to speak it, and it didn't make its comeback until I'd say about maybe 50 years ago, when they started going back, and so now they speak it and they teach Hawaiian immersion, which I wanted my granddaughter to go to because her father is Hawaiian, and I wanted her to learn it because she'll sing it one day. Hi there, puppy.
Yeah.
Hi there, handsome. He's like, who's that talking to me? Who's that talking to me? I love dogs.
But you're right. That's affecting all the teenagers. And with the
Yeah,
hormones on
it
top of
is.
all of that, oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something else. So to speak to them in their own language, and a language that I knew a long time ago, the one that grips my heart. It like literally grips my heart.
What about
And
just creating a song to sing before you start, like when you start your shift, that you
mhm,
sing it at that entryway of the bus
yeah.
and that will affect everything. They'll walk through it when they come on and off.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had planned to, and I'll probably work on it this weekend, a chant for them. But I wanted to talk to the Hawaiian studies teacher, maybe to get a little bit of help, because I can go to, they have a dictionary online of the Hawaiian language. So, but the way
I
the
think that's a
Hawaiian
good idea to
spoke,
use
yeah,
their language. Yeah.
yeah, so they can understand that I'm not a haole. I understand you way better than you think.
Yeah, I
And
see you.
I
What
see
what
you. Omutakayu, I see you.
what what
And
I- what island are you? Which
oh,
one?
Maui,
Maui.
Maui, yeah.
I have two friends in Maui. They're both Hawaiian women. One of them
Really?
is yeah. One of them is a doctor, and the other one, Rayana, she was with me doing all the Amazonian medicine stuff. So if you
Mhm.
want, I can connect you to Rayana if you want to. She's purely Hawaiian. She's a Hawaiian woman,
Nice.
and
Full-blooded.
maybe she maybe she knows some chants, or maybe she can help you with the language or something. Because
Yeah,
they
it's
both live in my
interesting. It's interesting because my girlfriend and I, because we were, she was helping me to set up my event and everything. I did a meditation, and in the
Mhm.
background there was a group that was with a kumu who was doing a chant. So it was in the
Mhm.
background of the music and my meditation. And I asked her, I was like, can I? And she's like, no, my kumu wouldn't allow that. And I was like, how do you know unless you ask? And
Exactly.
no, but
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about, is that, oh, that this is just for Hawaii. This is like, girl, girl.
No, they
I
have
am
they have two
Hawaiian.
names. Where the one woman, she's a beautiful woman. She's a doctor. Her name is Sarah, but her Hawaiian name is Kuhule. Kuhule.
Like,
She
oh,
has and she's married to quite a famous surfer. Yeah,
oh, okay.
she's a mom. She's a doctor. She has two little daughters, and she works at the hospital in Maui. So I
Okay.
don't know
Should
if
be a
you want.
Maui Memorial, if
Her
that's a
dad
hospital.
already was a doctor, cardiologist. She is a doctor, and she always has to sew her husband's accidents. She had accidents with his surfboard, so she's the one sewing his head back together. Like, this really
Oh
helps.
yeah, the reef can be rough over here. But yeah, I was reading about that because the kahunas were the spiritual leaders, were the healers, and they carried the word of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And they were the wise, they were the wisdom, the oracle on the islands. And when they started, the Americans came here, they told them that they couldn't practice their medicine, that they'd have to get an actual doctor's license. So a lot of the kumus, they actually went to school to become doctors,
Yeah.
but they would
Awesome.
also use but I forget what they called them. They called them, the Americans made the Hawaiians not trust their own kahunas by telling them that they were false, they were not good. And I was like, whoa, that had to hurt, because there are a lot of the medicine, a lot of the plant medicine that's here, just blows my mind.
Mm.
Um, they knew about,
Yeah.
and they were healing people, but they couldn't heal people from the measles, which they brought here, the pox that they brought here.
Right, stuff that wasn't indigenous to the islands.
Exactly. So they called them, they weren't doctors, they weren't false, they were
They just
phony.
introduced all that negative programming.
Yeah. I was like, you know what? We need to erase the whole thing, but erase it without the what was it that I have never read this book, because I know that you girls probably have heard that Trump's gone into the universities and he's telling them they have to take out these books. I mean, Maya Angelou, but they can keep Air Mine, or it's a book about the Nazi regime. That book was allowed to stay, but they took Maya Angelou. They were demanding that they take Maya Angelou and some other authors out of their libraries.
Mm. Why?
And yeah, why? Because they are trying to turn America, they're trying to make America great again, which they're trying to bring back that regime, the Nazi regime.
Disagree
Yeah,
with
but
that.
she has not written anything that is against that. Whatever thought, what was great. Like, I mean, her wisdom is so purely
You,
natural.
you tell me. That's why everybody was confused. Is like, you want to make America great again, or do you just want to make it
The
white
Nazis
and
were
so
embraced after World War II. They were hired by our country, by the current government back then, and brought over here. A lot of our science came from Nazi Germany,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
that was already in place.
Yep. And so they just want to bring it full circle here. And I'm like, that'll never happen because we are
No, it's not,
multicultural.
because I don't believe that's the case. Maybe some of them believe that way.
Yeah, but it makes no sense because what Maya Angelou, what she's saying, that has not is not contradictory to whatever kind of thing they want to pretend
It
to be.
speaks of peace and love. She wouldn't allow
Yes.
anybody in her house that even had a racist remark. You would not be allowed to enter her house.
So Dalai Lama books are also restricted now. I mean, it doesn't, it makes no sense to me. You know, like why would you delete or restrict books that are from freedom, love, and gratitude?
Control,
Right.
And it makes no
control,
sense to me. That makes that. What is this? I mean,
control.
It's all about control. And like I said, I felt bad for Trump because his dad was actually a psychopath and did not like him. So what he does, trying to make sense, and he needs a lot of love. So I
No, it's freezing up.
frozen.
mentioned, and maybe next with the prayers for him, I think we probably should start next week. And each one of us create or listen to what our guides are telling us and create a prayer. And all of us gather that energy and send it his way because he's a very hurt child. Like I said, when I looked at my kids on my bus that are preteens and teens, he acts just like them, wanting to control everything and not allow for real happiness because he doesn't know what it is. He never had it.
Well,
So,
you got a point there, honey.
what does the world need now? Love.
Love. That's right.
Love.
You can't hurt
Right.
when you turn to love. That's
Yeah. So we need to work on ourselves because that is what has to go out, and it has to be pure, and it can't
that's what
be.
changes the world. All right.
That's what changes the world. Exactly. So we are the ones, and many will join us along the way, but we have to get started because, like I said, when I actually had to see living heart donors, I pick up a 10-year-old child and put her in handcuffs. That hurt my heart.
You saw that?
Yes,
That's
I
crazy.
can send you guys a video, but yeah, they put it on
Well,
you.
we still want to put the men in the medicine wheel. We did the women a few
Yes,
weeks ago, and we did residuals last week, and he'll definitely be in there for that too. Whew.
yes, yeah, gotcha. I think it's very, very important. Heal ourselves, heal the world. Heal ourselves, heal the world. That's what we came to do.
Get all of
Let's
us
get
keep
it done.
accepting more and more love. We have to learn to receive love.
I agree.
Allow it. It's a process. Even those of us that were been healed when we put the women in there, we healed, and we healed a lot of injustice and abuse and trauma and all that. So it's still a journey to allow the love, though,
Yeah,
to be
like
received.
they were saying, you'll get triggered, but it's not that kind of trigger. It'll remind you of where you've gone, where you've been, but it'll also help you shine from within because you've healed that. And so you can recognize it, and you recognize it in other people, but you just keep going. It does not stop you.
No, and it recreates this timeline, because when we're vibrating at love, our frequency comes up so much. Just being in the world will change the world around us. The more of us that are there, wow.
Yes, 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 and yes. I had this guy
Mhm.
stop me out of nowhere, and he sang this song to me that it's about love and how it raises the vibration of the planet. And um, I know I'm God's love. I know all of us were created in love. So it's time to use that power. But for me, I know I got to get out of that negative spin. I gotta,
For
I
your
gotta
own sake.
receive love and let my inner child have more fun.
Yeah,
And
fun
some,
and joy and happy is what changes
right,
so much.
right, because they were like, "You're not supposed to be in that serious energy. You're supposed to be in that fun energy." So change was it. Change your thoughts. Change your life. Change your thoughts. Change your life. Yeah. So I'm gonna work on not being so angry and work on a chant. And please do send me that information so that I can connect with Sole.
Well, you're driving, looks like, but it's in the chat. But I can have Miss
Yes,
Katana forward it too.
yes, please do
Can
that.
I get your number also?
Yeah, 808 250 8666.
808-250-8666.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that long distance? I mean, you are part of the United States. I don't know how they
Yes.
work there.
Yeah. So it's the same as long as you put the area code in, it reads it
Okay.
as the United States. Not a long
Awesome.
distance. All my beautiful sisters.
Yes, indeed, my dear. Same to you. And if you ever want some help with that land there, I'm very good at upshifting land, like huge swaths of land that can be healed and
Oh, okay.
cleared and transmuted.
With you and your kitty. Oh. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a plan. Shoot me a text,
Hi, baby.
and
Okay.
we will go from there.
Okay, sweetie.
I'm supposed to
Thank
share
you.
this as Jade's leaving, so.
Okay, go ahead.
Make sure the stereo is on.
Sure, go away. Sweet
Oh,
boy.
here we go. So here we go.
Here we go now.
There's a child inside who's still holding on to echoes of shadows and lullabies gone. But your love, like a lantern, glows soft in the dark. It gathers the pieces, it mends every part. You don't run from the tears that fall. You stay and you see me, you see it all. Cradle me in light when the night feels long. Sing to my soul with a heart-healing song. In your arms, I remember I'm whole and wild. Love brings balance to my inner child. I once wore silence like armor of stone, but your voice is a place I can call home. You hold my hands like a sacred vow, whispering, little one, you're safe now. You don't flinch when the past still stings. You open your heart and give my wings. Love brings balance to my inner child. Hold me through the waves of time. Reparent this tender soul of mine. Let laughter rise like dawn again, and play return where pain had been. Cradle me in light when the night feels long. Sing to my soul with a heart healing song. I found a quiet place inside your eyes, where time slows down and silence sighs. Every breath you take becomes my tune, a melody beneath the silver moon. You're the whisper in the wind that calms the sea, the softest touch that sets my spirit free. No need for words when your heart speaks true. Every beat, my love, I hear the whisper of you. You're the whisper in the wind that calms the sea, the softest touch that sets my spirit free.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful. Send me that song. I'll listen to it. It was funny though, because when I put myself on mute to sing, some of those words were the words that were coming out that I was singing for Ellie.
Yep.
So yeah, right on point. Can't say anything. It's definitely magic. It must be magic. 'Cause
I
it's
only I create what I'm guided to create, and I'm getting better at writing the song. So I just, as you all was talking, I was creating that.
Oh wow. Wow, nice.
On the fly, pretty good.
I know, I'm getting better. Like it's all getting better, that's the whole thing. My oldest son
Allowing.
said, Mom, you're gonna be writing music, and I'm like, you're crazy. I don't even know how to do that. And it's been less than a year that he told me that. And he set me up with, Sono. And so I just write it out and plug it in. And, the first few 50 songs probably wasn't the greatest, but some of them was really, really good. And they're like, why don't you release what you wrote in the first? And I'm like, yeah, why don't I? Why don't I go back and just
And your
let it
babies.
be? Yeah, let it be. Because we can think about so many things, right? We can
Yeah.
I don't know, we can think about so many things. They're like and we can overthink things, and we can sit there and be in that thinking mode and stay in that thinking mode and not create. And the whole thing is, why not, LifeWave patches and LifeWave, most of them tell you, don't even worry about if you're doing it wrong. Just go out there and be on fire. learn as you're going.
Passion.
Yeah, just
Have passion.
having yourself being who you are and being that person on fire. It does not matter. Like it
And that's what
doesn't.
activates us, you know,
Yeah,
further.
yeah.
Just
So
allowing that passion to shine.
yeah. So I
Be
don't know if
expressed.
yeah,
I'm just saying, yeah, you're right. That's the yeah.
yeah,
Because when you shine, the whole world lights up around you. You light the fires in their heart,
yeah.
and then every
Natural.
time, yeah. So
That's
yeah,
the
keep
one.
right.
I don't know if I shared it last week, but they told me to play this one.
Where'd it go?
Oh, wait a second.
Just in the summer clothes, I have to turn away. And waters grow. I know, baby. I will put some radiator fluid in you when I get back.
Was Katana interrupted? Are you still here? Okay. Hey,
Are you having trouble
Yeah.
praying?
yeah, sort of the sound goes off.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the sound is not on my end either.
Are you hearing it, Katana?
Yeah, you guys can't hear it?
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
It doesn't care if your
There you go.
pockets are empty.
okay.
It
I'm gonna start it over.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I could hear it. It paused on on this side. I don't know what happened there. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. You guys can still hear it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You'll hear this all by myself.
I thought about it for years. Sat on the throne like the statue. You know the one. But he never moved, never got off the toilet. He just thought and thought and thought. Meanwhile, I had 10 edits to my name, a phone bill due, a handful of herbs, and a dream dripping in uncertainty. And still I moved, because at some point you gotta stop thinking and start becoming. Creator said, I can't work through you if you won't let me. And I said, fine, damn it, show me then. And the ideas, they never came out how I thought they would, but they were better, wilder, more sacred. The wolf didn't wait for permission. The herbs didn't care if I had a degree. The spirits didn't knock politely. They screamed in my ear, come this way, over here. But I was in thinker mode, stuck on the pot, waiting for a sign when the whole damn universe was setting off fireworks. One day I walked to the bus stop, no plan, no money, just pain and surrender. Rinse and repeat, there's a statue called the Thinker. They say he's deep in thought, but I say he's stuck mid-flush, never moved, never leapt, and for years I was him, caught in the swirl of how and when, scripting the perfect start, while life passed through my fingertips like sand. But the herbs kept growing, the whispers got louder, and the soul, it doesn't care if your pockets are empty. It only cares if your will is full. So I moved, with 10 and a prayer, with dried roots and deep knowing, with nothing but a heart were pulsing through my hands. Every time I tried to do it my way, the guides would sigh, throwing feathers, numbers, thunder, begging me to trust. And when I didn't, the bus came anyway. Turned around, came back. Because sometimes they only lose again and again, until rinse and repeat became rise and rebirth. Step into it now. And when I didn't, the bus came anyway. Turned around, came back. Because match. So I rose again and again, until rinse and repeat became rise and rebirth. Step into it now.
Just like the last
Yeah.
time.
That'd be it. That's what creator. I was talking to Mitch and they told me to record our conversation. And we was talking about not moving forward and being stuck, and I told him, I said, that reminds me of the thinker and where I was in my life. So sometimes they put us in the places we don't think it's going to work. And we just have to, be in that trust.
Absolutely. Trust opens everything up
Yeah.
for our good.
So because we can sit there and think about everything. That's the reason why when Leela came up with the medicine wheel, I'm like, let's do it. Like, let's do it. And everybody's like, so what do you got this week? And I'm like, I don't know what the rest of the week, but Wednesday, every day for the rest of this year and into next year and probably all of next year. Wednesday's taken. I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna have to work around Wednesday.
It's a good day. I was born on a Wednesday, so it's a good day.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, that's good. And it's kind of interesting because, they call it the hump day. So, if we're spending the hump day, this away, it's not a bad thing, right? Like it's to help us heal. It's not just to help us. And, they told me the men wasn't coming in this week. And they told me it was about the inner child because the inner child needs help. They already told me, like in the shower. I'm like, okay, wherever it goes, that's where it's at. And you know, Betty calls me and she's like, I don't know if I can do another 5-hour one. And today.
I am
And I'm like,
toast.
I never thought it would ever like come out to be like this long or this far. But once you walk into the medicine wheel, it's there until you close it.
Allowing however long it's needed.
Yeah. And look how far we've came in 3 weeks, right? In 3 weeks. And we're creating something for somebody else that could be something significant. And the videos are getting watched by who, I don't know who, but somebody's watching. Because we do have, you know, we're having quite a few people just, you know, I don't know if they're randling, you know,
Random.
yeah, random showing up or
They're running
spirits.
across the energy of it and being drawn to it.
Yeah.
I'm sure
And
some are random, but I think who's getting it is supposed to be getting it.
yeah. And they'll be there, you know, they're not going anywhere. So it's interesting how creator works and what happens.
Mhm. It is. Well, thank you, ladies, for all your insights about my inner child needing to be worked with in a more visceral way to actually feel safe and not just be told she's safe.
I will probably talk to her from now on for a while every night.
I used to do that. It's been a while. It's time
Oh,
again.
I will do it with you, for you,
Thank you.
from far.
Thank you.
Because
Yeah.
on an emotional level, because that's where it gotta go. You know,
Mhm.
not in the analytic.
Let's see.
Yeah. And Spirit saying the TV is a pacifier.
Yeah,
Those
I
are
know.
both,
I
you
was
know,
told last week it's time to let that go. It's just a way to zone out.
It's a pacifier.
Mhm.
I get it because sometimes I need my pacifier.
Yeah,
And
it doesn't
it's
have to be
not
every
like
night.
I, you know, like last night I asked Chris because I just wanted to chill out. Because we went into the garden and I felt defeated. And that's the way I felt last year because like people was attacking me through the garden and I felt so defeated at the end of the year. But now I have these codes on the water, which I could see it last night when I was watering the nettles that I brought in from Grand Island. And that's what I gotta go do now is plant them. And I could see the codes and the air changing. The water, when I sprayed it up, I could see the air changing. And I'm like, I can change all of this. But it was so devastating because all the weeds was still there. So what Chris did, he goes, well, let me get the tiller out and till. And I'm like, but there's all these huge, I'm like, they grew up so tall. After a while, I was just like, that's it, I'm done. But I got like peas coming up. My lemongrass is coming. My strawberries are doing great. My nettles are doing awesome. I got mother's wort out there. She's growing. I got chives and there's many things growing in the garden. And I put some raspberry bushes out there. So I made a trellis and it's growing right in the middle of the trellis. So, just let them grow. I'm like, let them grow. It doesn't matter. And when I went out there, there was the bunny rabbit out there.
Oh,
And A
Like a bunny to
huge
make you
one.
happy.
Yeah, a huge bunny rabbit. So that rabbits mean fertility and abundance. So, I didn't look at it. Most people are like, would be furious that there's a rabbit in the garden. I'm fine. Because I see the other significant of the understanding of the meaning. And,
And
the
it's
rabbit see,
abundance.
yeah, the
Mm.
rabbit see me and, it went to hop off and I said, it's okay, relax. I'm not here to harm you. You're fine. And it didn't move fast. It just kind of moved out nice and slow.
Do you know what a
Because
possum means? Because we have possums and we have a full grown possum that is he either likes my energy or he just does not care. He comes up and eats the cat food in broad daylight now. So I just slowly walked toward him. He did not play possum. He looked at me and he meandered off. I'm like, I'm glad you feel safe.
yeah, well, possums, it's
Feel safe in my
prosperity.
energy.
And them playing dead is teaching you how to protect yourself. It's
He
a
didn't need to,
teaching.
though. He didn't feel like he needed to around me.
Yeah, because we have we have a raccoon that comes and eats with the cats. Like the cats will
They're
eat
related.
right next to the raccoon. And they'll just be, and it will open the door and it'll be like, oh, how are you? And
Raccoons are smart and sometimes they can be mean though. We had to move the feral cats when they were still feral. I was feeding them out here close to the other exit we have. And they got to where they quit eating. And I finally discovered it was because there was a group, like 3 full-grown raccoons coming and just barging into their territory and scaring the crap out of them. But but we moved them and it's like a couple years later and the energy's all different now. So
yeah, they can get that away. And skunks love cat food too, just to let you know.
oh yeah, we've had visitors.
I in Denver, I lived by the railroad tracks and there were skunks there and so the mama would come eat when she was pregnant. She would come eat the cat food and she would make herself known that she was out there. And so we would always say hi to her. And so when she had her babies, she brought all of her babies over and all of her babies climbed up on the door to say hello. And it was really cute because they would come and eat cat food. Most people would, try to kill them or poison them. But you don't realize what you're doing wrong to that animal. You're doing wrong to yourself. So me, I'm like, hi. And I was like, wonder if I should let them in. Because
That's a bit far.
they didn't have, well, what's funny? They didn't have their scent thing yet. So I went to a drumming session up in the mountains in Colorado. And there on the second year that I went, there was a baby skunk that showed up. And so we all like was talking to it and welcoming it and was giving it fruit and stuff because it looked like it hadn't had any water, hadn't had anything. And that skunk had let one of the girls pick it up and she carried it around the whole area for hours. And
It's
she'd
probably
take it
missing its
over.
mama and appreciated that.
Yeah. And then finally it had went off for a little while and came back. And then the next day, it came just to say, I think it felt like it just came to say thank you because it didn't stick around very long, but there was drumming, there was noise, there's people walking,
It still came.
and it didn't freak out because
It felt the
was,
love.
yeah, that's the biggest thing is that love.
I think that's why the possum didn't play dead. I was just curious about him, and so I just slowly walked over there, and I'm like, "Well, you're not scared of me."
Yeah. Yeah, it if you ask for the animals to teach you, they will teach you. You got to watch out about the nocturnal animals, because I asked the raccoon to teach me. So I would be working through the day, and then I'd have to be up at night to learn about the raccoon, because they're nocturnal. And that was the hardest 2 months of my life, because I didn't get very much sleep, because by the time, by the time it was time for me to not be nocturnal anymore, I took a little nap, and then next thing you know, it's up time, and I'm like, man, when's this? I hope I get this teaching soon.
Yeah, so I can get some sleep.
I guess I couldn't do a whole year of that.
Well, I'll be sure not to intend to get to know raccoons until I'm rested.
Yeah, so
Or you can
tonight,
just use
Or
the
foxes
medicine
or
wheel,
coyotes.
or you can just get the medicine wheel book and change up what that particular animal.
oh, we can't hear you.
It has,
Yeah, it's garbled.
yeah, I'm sorry about that. The medicine wheel book, the medicine cards, in it has the description of each animal and what they represent.
Oh,
And
cool.
what energy they're either asking you to bring out of you, or what they're asking you to look at that's already there in you and to work at. So yeah, the medicine card is really good for that.
So it's a book about the medicine wheel?
It's a book about the medicine cards. It's oracle, and it has every animal in it, and then they have cards that you can use your own animal, whatever that is. And it's like that particular story on it, so that people understand that when they pull that card from your deck, that is the energy that is we look at.
Okay.
So if you look at lines that are, I think it's about where we know what dollars. In order for yourself to get up. I got a teaching not last year, for math that was supposed to be yesterday. And these are about ethics, they're about luck, and they're about nurturing part of your pride.
So little garbled, Jade. We got some of it.
Kitchen, some of it, yeah.
And
That's probably what it is.
Yeah, I tried to kind of hard. Okay. So I think medicine part of the and share that with whatever I went for me.
Now I know I have this medicine wheel book.
What? Can you show it again?
The medicine wheel garden.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, this shows kind of like what
Yeah.
Leela is talking about with a big circle and plants and
Yeah.
creating the space for it. So this one here, I've had this one for a while, but it doesn't have the animals in it. He's talking about. It does have all the plants, like because like certain plants have a higher vibration and than other plants. It's it's really jarbled. We'd love to hear what you're saying, but we can't. It's not coming through. Yeah. So this is what she was talking about too. Let's see if I can get it in the picture.
Spices.
Like the stones coming around
Yeah.
and
Oh, okay.
The
creating
best.
the
Yeah.
yep.
The best part is that I've never heard before. I've literally seen it in my vision.
Yeah. And
Not no.
this
Yeah.
is like what I want to create on that
I
land.
I was also thinking, Katana, that would be so nice having like a physical event at least once a year, like with
Yeah.
people coming together, maybe camping in it. Like then
That'd be
they
Yeah.
cool.
can go for 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever. Who's awake is participating. What
That's
was that?
true. Like, yeah, for to have that. Yeah.
Yeah, like a whole weekend, and then those who are awake are participating. Others just are participating while sleeping, maybe, or something like that. But then having them all sort of camping or in sleeping bags in a circle on a physical event, and then that might be also very powerful. Having the being in a bubble for 48 hours.
Oh, it is powerful. I don't know how long I've been in the medicine wheel at one time. I know we came to like pretty much almost 18 to 20 hours in Colorado when I
Yeah.
did the medicine wheel. But everybody came out, they was ready to, they wasn't tired. It
Like
wasn't being tired.
having sort of a theme, or having sort of a um like getting people together, getting those who are um already working with energy, or those who need energy, or whatsoever, just many people in this one circle for 48 hours, and chanting and singing and telling stories, and that
Sharing
would
and
be nice.
receiving
Yeah, being a human being.
Yeah,
together.
Yeah,
yeah.
an event, big one, or not big one, but bigger one than for people on a virtual situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And it's gonna come. Like it's coming. I know it is.
Okay.
I see it. I see it coming. Because like everybody's like, okay, start your classes. So like I gotta work in the next 2 days to get my herbal class together, which start bringing those people in to connect and teach them how to connect to Mother Earth. And then that brings those people for that circle too, because once they start learning how to connect to Mother Earth, they want more and they want to learn more. And then my other class is going to be teaching them how to do what I do spiritually, in a massage or a 20, because I'm like this weekend, I'm not putting on a class, but I'm going to a class that is reflexology. So I'm getting my reflexology license in Colorado. I'm doing it in Nebraska, but I'll have it from Colorado. But doing that, show them my techniques in that, because like what they're teaching me, I've been doing since I was like 6 years old, and not knowing exactly what I was doing, but I knew that I was helping the people, right? So I was doing work on somebody, and somebody else was like, well, oh, when the reflexology lady came 2 weekends ago, she called me in to help her. She never has called me in to help her at all. And she's like, Katana, please come in here. I need your assistance, because the lady was burning up. She was on fire. And she goes, I know it's all inflammation. Her body's trying to burn up the poison and it can't. And I said, well, okay, let's do this. So I, had touched her certain areas and crossed my arms, did certain things to release it. And she goes, well, you're doing that and that at the same time. I'm like, well, yeah, this right here is a point to unlock. If you touch it right here, touch your left hand to your right side. Try it now. Okay, so I unlock.
I am what?
I unlock
I unlock
the locks to heaven.
the locks to heaven.
Do you feel that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure enough.
Wow.
It's pretty powerful, right? Now take
It's
your,
pretty simple.
I know. Now you take your other hand, your right hand, left shoulder. I unlock the locks to heaven.
I unlock the locks to heaven.
Some inner child in some of you. There.
There's a lot of tension being released too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. So now if you do that up here, and then touch down here on the right side, left shoulder, right side lower, right in here, touch there, and then touch the left shoulder and say, I unlock
I unlock
And look.
the locks to heaven.
the locks to heaven. This is key for happiness.
Yeah. And then you switch it. Switch the I unlock
Lock the keys to heaven.
the locks. I unlock the locks to
Lock
heaven.
the locks.
And see what that feels like.
Yeah, well, my little girl's having a bit of, well, that doesn't mean I'm going to go in there. She's not, she wants to be safe. All right. We'll be doing some talking.
Yeah, but see, it changed, didn't it? It changed the vibration.
It makes you feeling safe. It makes you feeling stronger. At least
More
me.
expanded.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I had to earn everything as a kid. I just, you had to, work hard, earn everything. So just to have that access is a big deal.
Do you have one of those for protection for Betty? Like,
Just
yeah, do,
creative.
Oh, that's too funny.
You to so now your right hand over your heart. And I unlock the locks to heaven.
Unlock the locks to heaven.
Ooh, I can feel that.
That one feels really huge. My head is going up toward heaven, my face.
Yeah.
Well, I know when I put both hands on my heart, crossed, one on top of the other, I feel very safe. I feel very connected. Perhaps it's the love of heaven. Let's do heaven and happiness and safety. Ba 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 ba.
So now right hand here and left hand up here on the forehead. I unlock the locks to heaven.
The
I
locks
unlock
to
the
heaven
locks to heaven.
and safe.
There we go. Somebody was wanting to cry. Was it me? No. Was it my inner child? No. There's pain in the heart. So let's go to let a right hand still on the heart, left hand on right shoulder. I unlock the locks to heaven.
I unlock the locks to heaven. Happy and safe.
There we go. State it again. I unlock the locks to heaven.
Happy and safe.
The locks to heaven.
You should be feeling, do you feel any warmth on your hands?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna switch it. Left hand over the heart, right hand on left shoulder. I unlock the locks to heaven.
I unlock the locks to.
Am unlocking the locks to heaven. Just found some nice wave there, ladies. I do for people in the massages. It's not really even a massage. It's a touch point. Okay, so what we're gonna do is take this right hand, put it right over the belly button, leave the other one on the heart, and I unlock the locks to heaven.
Locks to heaven.
Bring in that calming. I am allowing this healing to happen.
Hello.
Allowing this healing to happen.
All right, hand wants to go on down to the next one, I think. It's like, yeah, I like this.
Yeah, there is if you take it down just a notch, right before the pelvis bone, there is another lock there. So I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
Locks to heaven. Oh, I've got padlocks on in my pelvis.
Yeah, I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
Locks to heaven.
I can see your inner child knocking the key out of your hand. Tell her it is safe.
I have 28 on board and 8 to drop.
Are safe.
Safe, Betsy. Locking keys to heaven. Heaven and safe.
We are safe. Okay, then over here, other hand on left side, it's gonna be kind of like, it's a little challenge to get there. So keep your one on the pelvis and right hand still on the pelvis, left hand going to right hip.
Okay.
And it sometimes it's a little challenging. It's more challenging to do it on yourself. I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
I'm unlocking the locks to heaven. And happy and safe.
5, 10, 10, pick up. 57 on board.
And the locks to heaven. Happy and safe.
I feel
pick up a 57, 57, to need to drop.
there's a little discordance in the inner child, so I am safe. I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
Unlocking the locks to heaven. Ay, 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 ay.
Oh, there we go. There's really.
Nothing happens.
There we go. You're removing that darkness out of there.
Now,
Yeah, we got a little discordance in the inner child. So I am allowing healing to happen.
I am safe. Safe.
I can see everybody in the medicine wheel doing this. That's good. Okay, we're gonna switch. So right hand, left hip, right hand pelvis. I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
Walking the locks to heaven, happy and safe.
There's a lot of discordance there.
I have a lot of distrust, so I'm unlocking the locks to trust as well.
Yeah, because it's yourself. And if you can't trust yourself, then it's hard to trust somebody else.
Well, that was my protection, locking everything up.
Yeah.
So they couldn't get inside the full, they couldn't get all the way in me.
Yeah. Well, and you're not living that anymore. That's no longer there.
No longer needed. It's to trust.
I am unlocking the locks to heaven. Sundaraya tuaya, unde kaya tu kayu, unde leita, unde kaya tu ayu, unde u, unde a, unde kaya tu ayu, unde seu. Candelaya tande, undelaya, candese, undelaya tande, umbewu, unde, candesaya tande, umbewu, undela, unde, unde se, unde, umbe, cande, Sunday, Umbekia tunde, umbala, kunde sayana, tu, unde, unde. Now take your right hand on your right hip and your left hand on your left hip. And right above the hips, I unlock the locks to heaven. On the backside. Yeah, right there. Unde laya tu kaiwo, unde saya tandreo, umbalaya tu neu ha, umbekia tu kaiwo. We unlock the locks to heaven. I am unlocking the locks to heaven. Onde kaya tu. Because the sciatic carries all of the emotions. It holds on to the emotions.
For me, it has chickenpox in there too. That's where my shingles outbreak was a couple months ago.
Yeah. So when you're unlocking that, you're releasing that.
Excellent.
And if you can touch where the tailbone is and keep the left hand on the left hip, state, I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
Locking the locks to heaven. Trust, happiness. No. Claws in the leg there.
There we go. There we go. And then we're going to move the left hand to the front of the stomach under the belly button and keep it on the tailbone and state, I am unlocking the locks to heaven.
To heaven. Say.
Unlocking the locks to heaven. There we go. Oh. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what they want me to teach.
Thank you. It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's why I do when I do massages on people. That's
We have so many unconscious protections that we place when we're powerless in other ways.
yeah, that we don't even realize. And it's so
Especially when you're being violated.
and it's so easy to let it go. And that's the whole part of where we get stuck of how we're gonna do it. But yeah, I was shown this technique about 2 years ago, and I've got my Reiki's master degree. I have been doing reflexology since I was 4 years old. A chiropractor taught me, and then energy work and all of it together. And then this one just came up, and it's like it's about opening those points. And some of them, like when I go to open on some people, like I've seen it where it's rusty, where it hasn't been open for centuries. And it's like, it almost looks like a knob turning slowly. So then we just keep stating, I am unlocking the locks. And that's kind of like squirting the WD-40 in there to unlock those.
Cool.
But it feels very peaceful.
It does. Yeah, I feel safe, relaxed.
Still feel so sleepy, or you feel energized?
I feel more neutral. I don't feel exhausted anymore. I don't feel sleepy. No, I don't feel energized, but I feel peace and I don't feel exhausted. That's a big improvement.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a technique you can do to yourself. It's always nice to have somebody do it for you. I always
Not
tell people,
necessary.
I always tell people if I could massage myself, I'd be a very happy person.
It's just not the same.
It is not, it's not that easy to find somebody who's really good at it. Like, I mean, there's
And
so
good
many out
energy.
there. Sorry,
Yeah.
but it's true. Like, be completely liberated when you leave. Like, I had it a few times in my life, but not every single time I go.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
It is not.
I've
It's an art.
it is an art. I've had massages in Colorado, and like I had one lady, she was working on me, and then she's like, hands off. She's like, okay, I'm done. Is that good enough? Because I don't feel like no matter what I do for you is going to be good enough. I'm like, no, it's good. She goes, but you're still tense, and I'm like, that's my problem. That's why I'm here. But I can't help you. I said, I know you can't. It's got to be me that helps me. And actually, when, last 2 weekends ago, when I went over there, I decided that was it. This is it. Every time they're in town, I'm going to be there the whole weekend because I ended up working on 2 people of their clients and to help them because they're it was really funny because the one client, a third client got away from me because I was working on my shelf and she walked by me and all of my moon waters, I had opened the cabinet 1,000 times. And I told Brad, I said, I opened that door 1,000 times this week. They never fell. But this lady walked by and I'm like, holy crud. Like you could see everything trailing off of her and these strings stuck to her, but they didn't sever the strings to all the crap they released, right? So it's back here flying around. And I had opened my moon water side of my cabinet that I have there for sale, and all the moon waters fell out, fell to the floor, rolled her way, was trying to catch up with her.
Wow. Cool. I spoke to her.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. And Brad's like, what happened? And Gail come running out of her little session and she's like, there was something crashing. I'm like, yeah, all my moon waters. And they didn't break, thank God, because some of them are expensive, but like, it was just they was screaming, she needs us.
Mm-hmm. They were talking to her.
Yeah, so it was fun, and I got to teach Gail that technique, and I'm like, if you could integrate that into what you're doing, you're going to help your clients, and their teacher is here this weekend, and I've done probably about 25 classes with him of all kinds of stuff, and I'm always blurting out in class. I don't care. I always say what
Gotta be
I
you.
have to say. Yeah, I always do. And he loves it. He's gotten where he calls out on me, and so hi cops. Okay. Hey. So this weekend, I'll be with their teacher, and you finally wake up and to show him again. Look, as we're in reflexology, look, this is, he tells me, no, Katana, I don't go there. That's why they come see you. Is that reason? Is because of that. This is Cupcake.
Oh no.
Oh, did something happen to your
Oh,
eye?
hi, baby.
You need a glutathione, huh? You need a glutathione. You got one eye open, one eye shut. Yep. This is Cupcake. He knows how to say mom, huh?
Does anyone know any natural ways to help cats deworm? My fellow that was here earlier, he is so skinny. And he's been skinny since he became a teenager, but that's been like 2 years now. So I think he's got worms.
Yeah, well,
He won't use that syrup that they sell at the vets. They want you to just squirt it on the food. And he's like, I'm not eating that for like 4 or 5 days. He'll just not eat.
You know,
Like, "Oh,
I could find out, but I have it. There's a few healing mushrooms actually. There's a mix, but I forgot what's all in it. But
yeah.
I could write it to you and find out.
Oh, I'd appreciate that, sweetie. If you get that memory back.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's mushrooms, but
I'm trying to find something
I
he
have to
can
check the
voluntarily
combination.
eat.
It doesn't eat at all.
Oh, well, he eats his regular food, but he can't get any weight. He looks like an Auschwitz guy. His little waist is like all dented in, and he's real long and skinny.
That's my boy too, but I checked his poop and he has no parasites.
Well,
It's also like
Oh,
that.
you got bad
I'm
stuff
getting
going
mine
on.
does.
Did you get her? We gotta we're gonna put a glutathione patch right there. Huh. Glutathione? He's like, I don't know.
Whatever you say, Mom.
He's like, I don't think so, lady. Hmm. He, if you got something, he won't stick around too much. But did you feel the energy? Huh? You felt the energy? There's nothing down there. I have to let you out. He was sleeping in Chris's chair.
I think my guy's wanting me to feed him again. That's one thing. He needs to eat often. Of course, most cats do, but
That's the thing. That's the same with mine. Maybe there's some probiotic. Do you say the same in English? Probiotics,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
to build up the layers on the columns instead of deworming.
So his immune system could fight him off.
Yeah.
Well, we
We
had
let you take
last year
your
and this year the fleas in the yard really bad, and they carry tapeworms and other things.
Also, when they're
Thanks.
allergic to something in the food, they sort of create something like a layer on it, so the nutrients cannot
Like
enter the
biofilm.
system. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I'll check on that too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think there's something that have you ever put the glutathione patch on the cat?
Yeah, been a while. They've had the X39, glutathione.
Do you know anyone who does bioresonance therapy over there? Because they can find out if you send some fur to the person who does it who has a
They can diagnose.
yeah,
Oh,
I
cool.
can
No,
tell you,
I
and
can
they
look
can
into it.
also they can balance it out. I have a friend in the UK who does it. You can even send it to him.
Well, yeah, give me his info. I'd definitely be
I will do
willing
it.
to.
He's becoming the machine himself right now. He's like so into it.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
good.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
because I
he's
want.
like Lucy in the movie. It's like
It's good because he's actually becoming a part of himself. He's bringing
yes,
himself out. Why?
absolutely. You should talk to him one day. You would, yeah, you guys have something in common.
Yeah. Is it about that time,
That
ladies?
like if I did
Yeah,
try to find someone here, bioresonance for animals would be what I should look up, or
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And then usually you send a picture and fur.
There it
And
is.
they can do it on distance. You don't need to go there.
Okay.
To find where I hit him at. I go
Be a lot
rapid.
less stressful for him than having to go to the doctor where they're going to want to poke stuff up his butt to get his poo.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Poo doesn't always show the parasites either. They can be there and not be in the poo some days.
Is he nervous?
Must be letting him out.
But is he a nervous cat? Does he get shocked easily?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Or her cat or mine?
Yours.
Okay. He's not. He's the dog that we have a big dog and she's friendly with cats, but she's really territorial about if he gets anywhere near her food or water. She'll wolf at him, doesn't phase him a bit.
Wait. Wait a minute. I know I am gonna stick it to your fur. Where do you think?
So no, he doesn't seem he's not high strung. He loves to lay right under our feet and in the kitchen or anywhere, the main walkways of the house, he just plops down right in the middle of them and doesn't get spooked at all when we're walking around him. We kind of wish he would because we've accidentally stepped on him more than once.
Oh, okay, then it's not the nervous system.
No, I don't think so.
And it probably is not even the columns then. Because that goes along together.
Okay. He's always been skinny, like I said. Well, he was a stray that came on our property with the eye infections, and I couldn't find him a home. So that's the story of all the animals here. So I kept him, and I'm his mom now, and I guess he's been here about 3 years.
See, that's also what they can do if they're good in this bioresonance. If there was something that happened before you met him,
He
like
was
a trauma or
traumatized for
something like that,
sure. Yeah, the day
they
that he
can
came
release
on the
that.
property, he was screaming nonstop. He had lost his mama, and he was very upset.
See, yeah,
I don't know what he saw though. Something might have happened to mama. He
they
was
can
real
also.
little.
Well, yeah, they can release that too. If they know how to use the machine properly, they can release all sorts of traumas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say bye. I'm gonna go get me some water.
Yeah, we're gonna go for a walk too. We're gonna go to the night walk. I promised them. No, I have to.
All right, then we need to let you at it. And I need to go feed everybody.
It's been fun and
Yes. Girl time.
Yeah.
Thanks, ladies, for all your help with the inner child. It's really
Oh,
good.
thank you. We keep doing it, right? We're not done yet.
Nope, it's
This
all
is
in
the beginning.
process.
Yeah.
we're just
That's how
getting
I've gotten to this point
started.
finally.
Just getting started.
Yeah.
All right.
And we'll have that huge group. I know it. I just know it.
When's
Do
Friday?
you get we can also do a Telegram group? Do you have
Yeah.
Telegram?
Mhm. Betty
Because
has Telegram too.
I do.
for those informations, I'll type in my phone number so I can send you.
Yes, please.
Wait, yeah, yeah, that should be it. so so if you found me on Telegram, so I can send you the information if you want to send something to the UK or anything like that
Thank
about the
you.
mushrooms and stuff. So I look it up.
Yeah.
7-881-807-00. Okay. And what's your name on Telegram?
I think it's
It's Ayuma. Ayuma is Sanskrit. Ayu Manushya means living human being in Sanskrit. So I made the short version of it, Ayuma.
How do
I
you
think it's
spell it?
Ayuma. Here.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thanks.
Jesus.
So in case we could get a group or something like that, medicine wheel group, we can this kind of information sharing about the like natural dewormer or whatsoever. We could actually place
Yeah,
it in it.
any way we can help each other. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's learning. Let's see. Um, love you.
My
And you-
batteries are running out.
Enjoy your walk with your doggies.
I'm still here. Since the batteries were not. I'm still so you're charging the batteries real quick.
Sometimes it
Okay.
is hard to leave, like, um, you know, sometimes it's really hard to leave.
Yeah, that's why I thought we were doing like an event for 2 days. After 2 days, you might be able to like have
I
enough.
don't know. It's I've been in like circle. We did one for it was actually Thanksgiving. We
Oh,
didn't
okay.
have Thanksgiving dinner. We had a Thanksgiving like camp out in the yard, and it was supposed to be one day and it ended up to days. Like we didn't want to leave. And the
It's like a
neighbor
festival.
was like looking at us like, what's wrong with you?
That's normal. It's normal human being tribe living. Like this tribe life. I think that's
Yeah,
what we're supposed to be.
we
One
was
with
all
nature.
very tribal.
Yeah.
And yeah, getting in touch with the self. And we didn't see what was wrong with it. But the neighbor thought we was a little strange, you know.
Well.
I put your number in on Telegram and then it asks for a name. So I put your first name like as a new contact, and it's saying you're not on Telegram, invite to Telegram. And then when I did, it tells me open with messages or WhatsApp. Anyway, I don't know what to put that. I'll try again
I'm
some other
actually on
day.
Telegram every single day.
Yeah, I don't know why it's
Here,
doing that.
Oh, maybe
what we
Can
could
I-
do is, let's see.
let me see if I had done some. It's Ayuma, right? Can I isn't there a link you can pass?
Dang. So
It's
it's
Ayuma
invite.
Nushia. Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. Come back here.
Should have a link to find people, but
I have one. I find it. It is still it's Ayuma is for sure, but the whole thing is
I just had it. How do I do that again?
that's the whole word in Sanskrit.
okay.
Ayuma Nushia.
It's pretty.
And you will see a medicine wheel actually. I think it's
Okay.
Ayuma is what I name myself on Telegram. For short.
Mm.
Sometimes I have a link, no? Don't they have a link you can pass on?
Yeah, like that's what I was looking for was I just
Here.
had it with the QR code.
I found it. Wait, I'm so not like. All right, it makes so much more sense now. I've done that for the first time. Okay, please excuse me. So here it is.
Oh, right there.
That's a link.
Okay, right there. I'm going.
It came up when I put the full name in, so I sent a message. Let's see if you get it. I said, "Hi, is it
Yeah,
you?"
gotcha. Yes, I got.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Gotcha. Great. Okay, how do I save this now?
There she is.
Lovely.
There you go. With a cherry. Awesome. We're connected.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, cupcakes. How your eye looks better. Yeah. Yeah. You're welcome. Have to clean that all out. There you go.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. He's
So in there,
talking.
we could create in there. We can do that sometime these days. We can create a group and then having sort of a group thing where we can post those information
Yeah, and
about
chat in between sessions and
or the healing,
do
like the mushroom healing, whatever there is for
whatever. Yeah,
remedies,
exactly.
songs, katana songs, and all that stuff.
Whatever.
The Etsy
Yeah,
link.
yeah. You know, it's amazing how, it all just like happens and that's what we're like we was trying to tell Jade because I could see all the roadblocks hitting. Like, no, I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
definite blocks going on there.
There's
In the moment.
there's something that if you keep digging she'll open up. It's the same
Mhm.
thing like that what she believes in, the same thing they have in Germany right now. I didn't want to interrupt her because I said maybe not today. But in Germany they believe they want to make the nation to believe that they have to prepare for a war, but there will never be a war. They just want to make the people to believe they have to, so
It's
that everybody
control.
is alert and is in fear and just but there will not
Fear.
be a war. So it's kind of similar to what's happening over there right now. She's in fear, so the propaganda trick worked on her. And I guess the more you dig on that, she's probably eventually will loosen up and disappear.
I hope
Because
so.
I don't think it's gonna get worse. I think it's gonna get better.
It is. Overall, things are
I'm
going in the right
sorry.
direction. She
I
can't
think
see
I
it.
Yeah,
Well,
but
she's
because
there's always
willing.
somebody, right? There's always somebody that's trying to make it worse, but they need your power to get it there.
Yeah, and
exactly.
love. And she's getting there, so that's huge.
I think so too. And as I say, I would not believe everything I hear out there. I never have. I'm lucky I don't need to. Like I just don't
Yeah,
buy it, you know? And if you never hear about it, you're not afraid of it. So sort of
yeah,
zoning out of all that.
yeah. It's that's what the whole the words, the spells this weekend of telling the people you don't understand what you're doing. Like
The power of it.
you're creating your world. So if you want your world like that, that's fine. But
Yeah.
then it kind of hit me because I do this work every day with people in the negativity and and working through all of that and understanding that where their space is and trying to help them. Just 1 second. And trying to move through. He's very vocal. And for her trauma to show up like that was huge. And the thing is, the thinker came out of what me and Mitch was talking about, but then it was the whole, I have to create this before I can move on. But if creator puts you in the same spot 3 times, like 3 times, the same thing 3 times, you didn't get it the first time, you didn't get it the second time, are you going to get it the third time?
It's
'Cause
choice.
that's the looping timelines, right? The looping life changes. Because I was telling one young man, he was like, well, I just sat there and watched the clock, and and then the clock turns over and the same thing happens all over again. And I'm like, because you're waiting for
And
that second,
expecting it.
you're expecting it. And
Yeah, it's
it
very
only
powerful.
took him 3 sessions to get out and change his life. 3 sessions, not 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, but some people need 10 years. I don't see why, because like even with myself, I had to I would do videos and go, get out of your own way. And as I'm telling somebody else that, right, I'm telling myself that at the same time. Get out of
Yes.
your own way, because we get
Yes.
our own way.
It's this is, isn't it always like every advice I've ever given, it's also to myself. Like when I talk to Betty's in a job, I mean, this
Fun.
could have been my own. Like it's always, there's always a reason why something is in resonance with me, and we're always part of each other. Otherwise, the
Mhm.
people would not find you, or you know. I think so. I also have those like I also have those I was by the way, I was thinking about belief systems the entire past 2 weeks, and I was thinking, oh my god, like there's so many out there. I just pick one that suits me well because there's too many out there, and then I was listening to people whatever they try to project on me, and what is the right thing for me, because I allow people to believe in all sorts of stuff if they want to, but I don't necessarily need all of them to accept for myself. And this has
Exactly.
really been the past 2 weeks. It's been a lot of thinking about belief systems, and some I want to delete, and some how can I create, because I
Mm-hmm.
told you before, I don't think we need to go through all those weird illnesses that want to tell us. Like if I were to go to check my vision, they will tell me, oh, it's normal in your age that your vision is decreasing. I'm like, I don't want to hear that. What do you tell me about my age? Like this is nothing. This is
Belief and
just a
programming.
program. The same thing, by the way, with the menopause stuff, or the same thing with whatever they tell you about in what age you should be feeling this or go through that. I think these are all programs that have been put on us, but we don't need to
Yeah.
accept those for our lives.
Right.
If we want to reach 120 years, we can do that. I mean, it's all up here. So this is just an extreme example, but all those belief systems out there, it's up to us if you want to take them on, or if just whatever. We don't need them, you know.
It's true. I always ask, what should I know? Even if somebody gives me a Bible and they're like, read this, I'm like, oh wait, let me put my hands on each side and ask the Bible, what should I know today? And it will
Yes.
take me right to, he's like, I don't want the damn Bible, get the Bible out of my head.
No, but
You
it's
don't
the
want
same
that,
thing.
you don't want that belief. Like the cat already knows, I don't want that belief. And the thing is, he was really shitting on that one.
Okay,
I
baby.
can't sit down and read it. But the thing is, if I take it like this and hold
I
it
know
that
you're.
way,
Hold
it'll
on.
take me right to what I need to know at that moment. And
I
then I take what I need and then leave the rest. And that's the whole
yeah.
thing about,
Mhm.
everybody's
Religion in
persona.
general.
Yeah, because even what I think, I'm here to help people and give information, but I'm just opening the door. I'm not here to program you.
Right.
And
You're
Yeah.
not requiring they believe everything you do.
Or
no,
maybe rather decoding all the bullshit that we have been programmed
We're
into.
giving them permission to choose for themselves what they resonate with, what they believe. That's
Yeah,
huge.
I talked
yeah,
about karma this week, and for me, everyone talks about karma. Karma. This is karmic relationship, karmic experience. For me, karma is like the way I treat myself, the way I think about myself, and that's gonna come back to me. Karma for me is not like how these people treat these people. It's gonna get back to
It can be,
them.
but right.
And that's not in my belief system because I've seen. I mean, if you look at children who suffer, you won't want to say that, oh, it's because of their past lives. It is very complicated in today's world, and so I have those things that I rather just leave it as it be with other people if they want it, and I just take for myself what resonates. Like I think everyone, how you treat yourself, and then you teach kind of people how they should be treating you. It's kind of like
Yeah,
how I understand karma.
yeah,
we do
that's true. That
teach people
is.
how to treat us.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
this is karma to me because this is what I think. This is what I feel in. You know, that's gonna get more of it. And so this is so many of these belief systems are out there. So that's not necessarily what
Yeah, we should
involves
all
myself.
examine if it really is our belief or it's somebody else's.
Yeah, that's why
Whatever
this
it is.
entire the politics, that's not her original. It's not nobody's. None of us needs it. Like, I don't think we need it at all. So I was thinking these entire 2 weeks, like, which belief system, because we gotta live on some of them, otherwise we cannot survive. But which do serve me well? And I don't
Yeah.
think believing in war is one of them that helps
Mhm.
me to have a better
No,
life. So
I
that's what I'm
agree.
trying to say. Yeah.
You have
That
to
was very
agree.
true. And, there could be something that she's seeing in Trump that's in her and she don't like it.
I think she's getting to that now. She's seeing that he's wounded from his childhood, which I'm sure that's true.
Well,
So
we
she's starting
all
to move
are.
into compassion. That's a good place. That's a good place
Yeah.
to move toward because she
Well,
wasn't there
yeah.
last week.
But from here, from Europe, from Switzerland, if I watch the whole scene, I understand this is different because you're in the energy of it when you live in the country. That's a whole different. I lived there. I was there all May last year, so I had a glimpse again, and how much it changed because I had lived there for almost 3 years in the end of 90s, yeah, that time. Anyway, so when from here it just makes no sense to be afraid because I see he doesn't get through with a lot of things. It's just sort of little teasers, little glimpses, but the whole picture is so different. The entire if you see all of it, he has not that much power. I'm
No,
sorry, he does not.
he
From here
doesn't
in this
unless they
country
keep giving it
to
away.
your country, there is not much. He has not the full power. He can just suggest things and he can sort of sign some papers, but in the end, it's not overall his
It's
decision.
not up to him. Yeah, a lot of
Not at
things.
all. So you cannot be afraid of
He's a
this.
good initiator. It's up to the country and the people in it what
He's
gets
just he's
accomplished
just
or
he's
not.
just excuse my frankness, but he's just a showman, and that's what it is. And there's so many other there's so many other
He's a showman that
yeah.
listened to the people and has promised to initiate certain changes, but that's all he can do is initiate. It's still up
that
to the
that
people.
that's what I mean. And the people have asked for change.
Oh, and I was so
But-
happy today about the health secretary announcing that the food
Kennedy.
industry here had come to agreement that they would delete the petroleum-based red and yellow and all that crap that they don't put in the food in Europe. It's making our
Yeah.
kids sick.
Yeah, Kennedy's great, but Kennedy gets blackmailed too. Kennedy gets blackmailed.
Nobody's
Yeah.
perfect.
No, but Kennedy's under attack.
Oh, I pray for him
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Kennedy's under attack right
Because
now.
it's all
He's
about
not.
money and these big corporations. That's why we've gotten to this point where our kids are sick because they didn't care. It was all about
No.
money.
But if you have watched Kennedy pre the election being a Secretary of Health, and now there's a change because I
There
think he
is.
gets attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
but I like the guy, but something is not quite right now, and it's not
Well, I
him,
need
but
prayer. You need to
yeah,
keep praying.
because
Yeah,
he
because
has a good
he
heart.
was a go-getter before the election. Now it's like
He's tired.
low.
He gets blackmailed. Sorry,
Oh, he has to.
No,
Yeah.
it's true. I
it
hear
is
it's
true.
true.
And the other dudes, I'm not against or pro Trump. I'm pretty damn neutral as Switzerland's supposed to be. But for me, Trump putting all of those are puppets. Like they're neutral figures in the game. It's kind of like a chess game, and in the end, the whole energy is gonna do it. Like the energy is doing it. It's not a politician who can change just as much as Betty said. It's just initiator, but he cannot do. How do you say that? He isn't in control of the entire country or the world.
No, he's not. And everyone's
That's
thoughts, though, about him and
Mm.
the fear and attack thoughts, they're creative. They're doing a
Yeah.
lot of the stuff they're afraid that's going to happen.
Yeah,
Not
and if
always.
you notice
keep it
my
up.
background here, like
Yeah.
the background behind me,
Yeah.
as we're talking about it,
Yeah.
it's getting darker. And
Sorry.
no, it's okay. It's it's a teaching because
Just a reflection.
yeah, it's an understanding and see the light coming around my head like a halo.
Mhm.
That's my light, and the darkness is trying to smother out the light. So see that I can move
yeah.
and it'll change. See
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what,
I think that's what Sherry's seen is this like little halo over the top and then all the darkness around. And she's like, oh my God, did you all see that? But that's the understanding because the light is much brighter and the light's gonna, keep moving that darkness out.
yeah, of course. But that look, I think that's exactly Trump's job. He's a catalyst. He's a
That's it.
catalyst. And then
Exactly.
the funny
And
thing
he's-
is he will bring it all up, as you just said with your example. He will
That's his
bring it
job, I
all.
think, is to bring it all to the
That's
surface.
his job. But then I just an assumption, not a psychic thing. Probably the next president is going to bring like the good improvement, and the next will probably be the celebrated one. Even though Trump did the work with bringing all the stuff up, he's
Yeah,
kind of
because
the
it can't,
shaman.
it's gotta, yeah, it's gotta be, brought to the
Groundwork.
surface.
Mhm.
Because nobody, I believe his son, I believe his son's gonna run. That's what
The
like,
youngest,
I can just
Barron,
see it. Yeah, Barron, I see Barron
he's got the,
as,
I think he's got it in him.
yeah,
He's such
I believe so.
he's the same. He's such the same kind of guy. Like the father. It's kind of funny. It's funny to
I
watch.
was traumatized, a bit more
I,
love, I think.
Actually, you know what? I'm not even
No,
quite sure about that.
I haven't
Like
really checked on him.
he had a difficult. That's what they all say. He probably had a very tense father, what they all say. But he has done quite a lot what he wanted to do in his life. When you watch interviews from the 90s or 80s, 90s, I think he said exactly what he would do back then already. Like he had almost as if it's been a plan for 30 years.
Mhm.
This man is placed in this position or prepared to be in this position, I assume, for 30 years.
Yeah,
And
I
for
got goosebumps.
being that catalyst as he is right now, the man is a catalyst. Swear to God. And they are neutral. You know, Shiva is a catalyst. You know, they destroy what is no more on solid ground, what doesn't serve us well. So this kind of like a shamanic action, what he does. And I
Yeah,
believe the next one will be the celebrated one, even though he does the work. Trump does the work. He brings the shit up. He talks. He calls the
He gets the
bullshit
wheels
out.
turning.
He's the one that pokes and I think it's interesting to watch. Like I find him extremely interesting, but I don't have a judgmental opinion. I don't say he's good or he's bad. I never had it. I don't think in these terms in politics anyway. But I
yeah,
do think that he's meant to do that job because he has been prepared for at least 30 years.
Well, his energy and his demeanor is very different than the first time around. He's much more relaxed
Yeah. Yeah,
and not
but
nearly as attacking as he was, although
but
it still comes out.
it does make sense because he could not have been sort of re-elected. I don't think that's the case. I think it really has been the plan all along. If the last one wasn't that bad,
Oh, it was bad.
think about it. It
Oh,
had to go
absolutely.
so deep to the ground that everybody was focusing on him. What I don't like about this, I say it out loud, I'm sorry for being that straight, but I don't like this messiah effect that it gets. Like some people really think he's the hero, he's a
Yeah,
messiah,
that's too much.
that's a cult. That's like a cult. I don't like this
I
extremisms.
agree.
I don't like it.
I
And
agree,
so
but I
that's
don't
why
think that's the majority.
I sip it.
Well,
I try
because
to be silent. I don't talk about it. I don't post anything about it because that's
There's
not
a
what I want
certain
to see.
faction of that, but I don't think it's the majority, anywhere near the majority.
I don't know. I think I just thought when he was elected, you could feel it even over here. The energy
Well,
rose.
they were
Like,
saying this morning on the show I saw about the food dyes, they were saying many of the people that elected for him were Democrats because because of his willingness to work with Kennedy to get help for the children. All
yeah,
these mothers that know how their kids are being poisoned and all the studies that have proven what these chemicals are doing to their health were just
yeah,
being ignored,
that's true.
completely ignored. But he
The
promised
problem.
he would do something, and he's doing it.
Yeah, but the Kennedy is now promoting the measles vaccine, and that's actually the most dangerous one. And that part is weird. I think he's been blackmailed because Kennedy has done quite. He has not the most purest path, to be honest. Like he had,
Well, he's human,
of
but I
course,
don't
I don't
sense any
blame.
blackmail. But he
I
does have to have some cooperation, so maybe it's a compromise point for him. I don't know.
I think I think he had some. Some people will probably. I don't know.
there's something there because
There's
I
something.
seen that. There is something there because I don't watch him very often, and he used to be on there quite a bit singing the different song. Now he's not. He's not.
Hmm. I don't know how do you say that in your country that when he got sworn in like that ceremony, like they had to do a lot of interview with him, all those, what is it, the Senate asking
Yeah,
him
Oh, the
questions.
confirmation. Yeah,
That
confirmation is
was
what they call
I
it.
I
Brutal.
watched that. It was brutal. I watched all of it,
It
all
was
of it.
ridiculously brutal.
They that Bernie Sanders and all these people, they tried to persuade him for something he's not, like it's not his conviction. Like it was
Well, they
like
kept trying to trip him up constantly.
yeah, health insurance for everyone for free. That's impossible because not everyone has the same consciousness about health. You cannot give it all in such a big country. Like it's like that stuff. I watched it all. It was so freaking me. It felt like, how can you be that strong to go through this shit? You
Yeah,
really wanted to.
it was his conviction. He said he's been praying on his knees for years for
Yeah,
God to use him to help the children of our country.
I
I
believe
believed
that.
him. Yeah, I
I
believe him.
believe that. Totally believe that. I've seen him here in Switzerland as I was protesting against the COVID rules, and he came here having a speech. I was right in front of him, Like he came here to support us because we have a direct democracy. We can vote for all our laws for everything. The nation, the people making the laws here in this country. It's the only country in the world. So when we had this COVID rule thing, voting, he came to persuade us to vote against it. And that's how I saw him. And I saw his purity as his aura. When you see a human face to face, you see a different, you notice more than in TV or on a YouTube video.
Sure.
And yeah, and but the thing is, something has. When I watch him now, I'm having more hard time to actually listen to him because something has changed in his vibration, and that's why
Sure, he's
I
being
assume that
attacked.
he's attacked. He's or he doesn't want to lose his beautiful wife. Yeah, they have a very sweet relationship, and if somebody is sort of threatening him with something, I don't
I'm
know.
sorry. Come here, baby.
You want to protect your family probably, and that's his right to do. No, there's
We need to
something
pray
is
for
Yeah.
different.
him too.
Oh, he needs prayers. If you want to pray, give somebody in Kennedy. I mean, he needs prayers.
Absolutely. And my
I
little
feel
kitty
like
needs food. He keeps screaming at me, so I guess I'm gonna go.
You know,
I feel like it, yeah, I'll ask Chris to answer his prayers.
yeah,
Because yeah, Chris is
He's
a
got a
something.
part
very
of
important
that
mission.
divine.
Yeah, I think so too. That I really like him, and that's I was so happy when he was elected. I mean, it's not my country, but I was like,
Well,
this is
thank you for being happy for us.
no, but I saw it in when I was in LA last May, and I met in 3.5 weeks. I met 4 stage 4 cancer people by accident, and it told me their story. I don't know why, but there's so many sick people, at least in California,
There's
and
so many toxins. There's so much pollution there. Oh my God. And
I got
wildfire
sick. I
pollution.
I got sick the moment I stepped on a
My
Mexican
regular
ground.
client that lives in Los Angeles has
I
been
bet
told
you
not to go
did.
outside still. And it's been quite a while since the fires, but
Yeah.
the air is so bad. She's being told to stay in.
See, that I lived in this country. I like this state. I had lived in Berkeley, California for 2.5 years back then, and it's on my heart that people will be helped. So I had a lot of hope and expectations in Mr. Kennedy, but right now
He needs help.
he needs help.
Yeah, we'll give it to him.
Yeah,
Thanks for pointing that out, sweetie.
you're welcome.
I love you both.
Love you too.
Yeah, me too.
We will hopefully see you next week. And
Yeah,
I'm going to be
Yes, I
feeling a
will
lot better
be
by then.
here.
Awesome.
I'll be
All
here.
right. Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.
Bye.